of live-work housing. This housing in Westera will be located on a pedestrian-scaled mixed-use street anchored by a Main Street boutique retail to the north and the Westera Central Park to the south. This street will be the hub of activity that will drive the identity, distinct character, and velocity of Westera. We anticipate the live-work asset class to come to market as an attractive opportunity for both residential and commercial, and from a commercial perspective. Would-be homeowners would have the opportunity to use the work suite as a mortgage helper or small business. For business owners, this would offer an opportunity for an attractive and economic space. Perhaps a good location for startup businesses, or good for professionals or businesses or business persons that are scaling down their work later in life. For families, it would offer proximity and harmony to live with aging parents or young adult children while giving them their own space and keeping the family close together. There are many possibilities with the policy administration is proposing here tonight. The live-work housing location was carefully selected during the neighborhood plan and concept plan stages as part of the urban center. The urban center includes the community retail area, West Market Street, live-work housing, as well as some medium and high-density residential as the core of the community and the main focal point of Westera. The live-work housing location was selected because of its proximity to transit, retail, park and pathway amenities. And the proposed road network and alley configuration will support on-street parking and rear unit driveways and garages, which meet both residential and business visitor parking requirements. Once again, we fully support the report administration has put before you tonight. Thank you for this opportunity to speak, and we are available to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. Good evening, gentlemen. Thanks for your presentation. I have a few questions. So there's some new terminology in here, and we're going to address that a little bit with your comments, if you don't mind. So, but first, when you first looked at Westera, was this one of the concepts that you wanted to include, or did this evolve over time?
Well, I wasn't involved with the initial concept development of it, but the understanding is that it was the development of a kind of a new and thriving neighborhood as part of a complete community, and with that, we wanted to incorporate different types of housing. This is just one more asset class that adds to the diversity with that. And part of that complete community was making sure that there was an urban center and a core of, kind of a hub of activity, as I'd said, that would help activate the commercial site, the commercial businesses that go in there. And I think part of that, key to that is the live work.
I'm going to describe a situation and tell me if this is the concept that you're looking for. I may come into an area that would be a little bit more dense. That is, there are higher rises around me or higher density at least. And I could, on one hand, walk into what could be conceived as a residence, but I could go in and see my lawyer, follow that up down the street by getting my hair cut, follow that up by grabbing a coffee. Am I correct in that?
Yes, you're completely correct in that. And this is part of our main street. And I said, like, the main street will be kind of a key focal area. There'll be a lot of activity going on there. Anticipate that it'll be, the idea is that it's more of a, the idea behind it is that it's kind of a small town main street. It'll have that cross section, tree-lined streets, street furnishing, to make sure that there's a pedestrian space in there. That'll happen just north of there. And as you move south through the development, that's when you move into the live work, where if the street narrows slightly, it becomes the pedestrian scale changes slightly, and because of that, signage on the live work, it would be more of a kind of on a personal level.
You referenced to alleys. So if I live in this structure, I would assume park behind, leaving the front street available for either pedestrian, public transit, or for me to park. Would that be accurate as well? Yes,
the front there'll be on-street parallel parking in front of these units, as well as in the rear there'll be a double driveway as well as a double garage. Okay. And I think the report speaks to the ability for that to accommodate either the one parking space that's required for the residents as well as one that's required for the business. And then if you include the tandem, then we have two more within the garage.
Okay.
As well, we have allocated additional space between every 4 units to have a walkway through, so that allowing people to, employees to come around or other visitors to come around the building as opposed to through the building.
Okay. I appreciate that clarity. Thanks. One of the things that we discussed at Planning Commission was the, I'll call it, depiction of the buildings that are there. And one of the things in the depiction that caught our attention was that there are stairs going down that could be where a business is. And the question of accessibility came up. Can I get you to address that, please?
Okay, and we have talked, sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, we have talked with administration about this and has gone through the circulation process with internally through administration. And we recognize if we do keep the same building form, there'll have to be accommodation for accessibility depending on the business type. The report itself specifies that live-work unit will be required to provide accessibility access into the building as per the 2010 National Building Code and Unit Building and Accessibility Standards Act and regulations. So it's something that will be reviewed at the time of permitting.
So you're aware of the concern as expressed at Planning Commission, but at the building permit process, you feel that that will be addressed? It
will be something that will be addressed during building the permit process as well as the business licensing permit process.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Chair. Thanks a lot for your presentation, your time tonight. Is this type of zoning something that would be unique to Regina, or do you know of examples from other cities?
I don't think it's completely unique to Regina. When we were looking at when we were working together with administration, we'd pulled precedents from some other cities. One of them in particular was Edmonton, where they do have some live-work product there. Even within Regina, I think there are some areas that have kind of a hybrid version of this. I think when we looked at it, we looked at the home business as a starting point to start off from. And then from there, this is given a little bit more flexibility over that. So we had some conversations with the city administration in Edmonton, and there it's operated with success.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Councillor Burnett.
Thank you, gentlemen, for the presentation. I'm very excited about the new diverse options here for housing. I've got a question just a little bit more about the market. Are you experiencing, with the slowdown, are you still getting a good level of interest and attention on the new development? Is it still proceeding on time, on schedule, as you were hoping?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. If it wasn't snowing, if it hadn't snowed and rained last week, would have been in the ground digging. Like there is a lot of excitement behind this. We just came out of the home show, and a lot of our builders had booths there too, and they are getting interest in this development as well. Not only the residential, but as well as the commercial. I think a lot of people that live in West Regina are excited about the opportunity to either be able to build a house there, or to be able to start shopping in closer proximity to their existing house. I think there's no doubt that there is a bit of a slowdown right now, but we are still pushing ahead with this. We have a builder group that is committed to working through this phase with us.
Very good. Pleased to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burnett. Other questions? You can return to the gallery and we'll now consider the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll move on to report 17, which is the live-work zoning regulations in Westera. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. I'll just read the title. It is a zoning amendment application, discretionary use application, live-work zoning regulations, specific to Westera subdivision. If I could have a seconder, please.
Seconder, please. Councillor Burnett. Go ahead.
Thanks very much. So I think you heard from the discussion and through the report you understand that there's some unique opportunities here for the idea that we can have that Main Street effect or that walking effect or that small business effect, and we can tie that in with what is a residential area. I sometimes think of 13th Avenue. I think that in the popular area, that's what it reminded me of a little bit. So I think the delegation made comment about small town feel and so on, and I think that's part of it. So I think you get the idea of what's going on here. This is consistent with the discussions that the public had at the OCP and that they were looking for this and so on, and I believe these people have stepped up and started to create that. I want to highlight one thing in the answer that was given. At Planning Commission, we really liked the concept and we're endorsing the concept. We were concerned based on the diagrams that were showed to us of what the buildings could look like and someone having to go downstairs into where the business is. But based on the response from the delegations and so on, I am comfortable now that this will go through a process. We have made sure that we have identified this as was an issue, and I believe that we'll be fine. So I'll look for concurrence on this.
Thank you, Councillor Donald. Speakers to the report. I think this is a great idea. No question about that. If there's no speakers, I'm going to call the question on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Our next delegation, Delegation 16-14, is Susan Seibert. I hope I have that correct, and if not, I know you'll correct me. Come forward, and if you can give us your name, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards. Yeah. You need to, we'll turn your microphone on here just.
There. Thank you. Sorry. My name is Susan Seibert, and I'll just read my, on behalf of myself and along with current and any future taxpayers who reside in one or more blocks north of Fifth Avenue North and one or more blocks west and east of Fifth Avenue North, I would like to ask City Council to deny the applicant Eden Care Communities' proposal to rezone the above property in order to allow construction of 2 mixed-use buildings that are 9 and 10 stories high. Taxpayers in the area don't want to have 2 giant buildings sticking out in the middle of a residential area. Our privacy will vanish, along with the sunshine, and there will be no view to enjoy. The traffic will increase, followed by increased crime, and our house prices will drop as no one will want to buy them. I did read about the zoning bylaw on the City of Regina's website, and the general purpose is to promote the public amenity, the health, the safety, and general welfare of the residents of the City of Regina, with other purposes such as to protect the character and maintain the stability of residential areas of the city, along with avoid undue concentration of population by regulating and limiting the height of buildings. Perhaps I'm not fully understanding, but it sounded to me that the zoning bylaw was passed to protect all the residents and ensure areas of the city were developed accordingly. If Eden Care Communities wants to build 9 and 10-story high buildings that will house residents, retail, clinics, daycare, and space for the Northeast Community Association, along with the pharmacy, wouldn't it be better to be built in an area already zoned for huge buildings? The nearest building that is close to that height is the Sears building on Broad and 4th Avenue, which is 8 stories high. The thought that 2 huge buildings may be built in our area angers, upsets, and disappoints the taxpayers. I did notice several properties around the City of Regina that could accommodate Eden Care's proposed 2 mixed buildings, one of them directly across the street from the Sears building, which currently has cars from a nearby dealership parked on it. Even driving west on Arcola Avenue towards Winnipeg Street has property on the right-hand side with nothing on it. The concept with what Eden Care Communities wants to house in the 2 large buildings is a good idea. However, why ruin a residential area when there are many other areas around Regina that would be better suited? I still really don't understand why this residential area was chosen by Eden Care Communities. I did read the comments by CEO Alan Stephen why it was chosen. Because of the high First Nations, Métis, newcomer, and low-income populations, as well as the mix of seniors and young families, which is confusing as it doesn't describe me or my neighbors. Just to clarify, I, as a taxpayer, and the taxpayers in the area are not against the idea of a senior-assisted facility, but why not construct a 2 to 3 story building that will fit perfectly into a residential area? It will be a win-win situation for both current and future residents in the Regina Lutheran home, as well for the current and future taxpayers in the area who will see the beauty that the neighborhood offers. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. There may be questions from members of council. Any questions? Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. It sounds like you've spoken to your neighbors, and do they all feel the same way that you do?
Yes.
Have any of of you, or I guess have you, I'll get you to speak for yourself through you, Mr. Mayor, gone to Eden Communities and actually voiced your concerns to them?
No, I didn't. I actually didn't even know this was happening. I just happened to read it in the paper, and I just found out at the end of February. So then I contacted the city planner to find out. So I actually went to the city planner, and then I never got a chance because I was like, all of a sudden it was coming to March 29th to speak, and I didn't have time to. Otherwise, I would have.
So I'm assuming then that you didn't go to any of the open houses?
I wasn't even notified. I'm actually outside the 75 meters of that. The application was mailed to people within 75 meters, and I'm outside of it by a few feet. So I wasn't notified.
No. Thank you very much for coming and presenting tonight.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Other questions of the delegation? Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Chair. Yeah, first off, thanks for taking the time to come and present. It's nice to see people engaged in issues that affect their home, and I know it's not always easy to speak in front of people,
thank
but
you.
you've done very well. You mentioned a concern about crime going up because of this. I'm just trying to make that connection, why having seniors in your neighborhood would increase crime.
I mean, he wants to house a pharmacy, and I mean, I read a restaurant and different things. Now we know that, like right now in the area, that if they try to break into this fancy building, they're not going to. If they can't get in, they're going to try to go to the neighborhood. Our neighbors, they'll get. And I mean, they might not be able to get in, but maybe they'll start a fire. Maybe they'll start the garage on fire. Maybe they'll start everything on fire. I mean, the traffic now is bad, and we don't even have these buildings.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Other questions? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and now we'll consider the report before us. This is Report 16-18. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. This is an application for contract zoning. Proposed two mixed-use buildings, 125 Hamilton Street and 120 Broad Street, locally known as 1925 Fifth Avenue North. If I could have a seconder, please.
Seconder, please. Okay. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you. I'm going to specifically refer to the end of page 3 and the beginning of page 4. I want to just talk a little bit about what is before you. I want to give you a different area of the city where this occurs and then make my final comments. There are two buildings. One is Building A. And by the way, excuse me, there is a church currently on site that will come down. There's currently a care home that is there. Once one building goes up, that care home will come down and the second building come up, just so you understand that there's a staggered development going on here. Building A will be a 9-story building. It will on the first level have retail and a medical clinic. On level 2, it will have a program support. On levels 3 to 6, it will be a special care home, 24 suites for a total of 90 per floor for a total of 96. And then levels 7 to 9, a high-rise apartment, affordable housing, 18 suites on 7th floor, 20 suites on both 8 and 9 for a total of 58. Building B, which is phase 2, a 10-story building, a daycare center, adult and child, and that is adult daycare and child daycare, and retail, program support, accessory office space, medical clinic, and then a special care home totaling 192 suites. So I want to take you for a walk. The walk is down Broadway Avenue and it hits the corner of Winnipeg Street. On there a number of years ago, a long time ago, there was a building that was erected and it was called Rainbow Towers. In behind Rainbow Towers is Miller High School, and then beside Miller High School is Balfour. There was a lot of wide open space. Across the street are single-family homes that were from the 1950s, and on the other side of the street are single-family homes that are from the 1960s. What's been added over the last number of years is another high-rise building, both a seniors area, and both cases back onto schools. This development backs onto Imperial School. You notice that there was a daycare here. Why I took you down Broadway and why I took you down Winnipeg Street is because those senior homes are welcomed into, and I'm going to specifically talk about Balfour Collegiate. If you noticed in the paper recently, Balfour Collegiate, who welcomes seniors in for an evening of both dance and food and interaction with young people, fell on some hard times. And because one of the students who used to be part of this when he was in high school, threw thousands of dollars in so the program can continue, and other people put money so it will continue. The seniors folks love this. They line up to get there. When asked, the people that are doing this project, Eden Care, are hoping to partner with the school, are wanting to have a daycare center in this so that seniors and young people can interact, wanting to have a coffee shop and so on so that the neighborhood is welcomed in here and we have a living, live place. Further, this is on Broad Street. Broad Street is a very wide street, able to hold an awful lot of traffic. These tend not to be the people that leave the building. These tend to be the people that want people to come in. So I think this is a great idea. This is consistent with a couple of other seniors care homes that we have put before you, one in Harbour Landing that has a similar concept. We seek concurrence, please.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other speakers to the report? Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Chair. The report references the official community plan, Regina's new official community plan, that we have a goal of 30% infill. As Regina grows, that 30% of the new growth happens as infill versus sprawl. Could someone from administration please speak to where that ratio is at right now?
Mr. Barr?
Through your worship, can I ask Mr. Searle, the director or manager of current planning, to answer?
Mr. Searle.
Your worship, I don't have that data in front of me at this time. The 30% is a long-term goal over the life of the official community plan, and it's something that the administration will be monitoring and reporting on in terms of our performance in achieving that objective, and through work that we'll be undertaking over the next little while on intensification work plan.
Okay, thank you. Councillor O'Donnell mentioned that this neighborhood was initially built out in the 50s and 60s. I'm wondering if we have a sense of what today's population is in that neighborhood versus what it would have been when that neighborhood was first built.
Mr. Searle.
My apologies, Your Worship. Can I just have the question repeated?
So, do we have a sense of what today's population is in this specific neighborhood versus what it would have been when it was initially built out in the 50s and 60s? And if you don't know the numbers, do you have a sense if there's more people likely living there now than there was when the neighborhood was built, or less?
Your Worship, it would be a guess on my part, but I would likely say that there would be less, or at least that the densities would be similar to what would have been developed at the time of initial construction.
Okay, thanks for that. So just a closing point that most of our inner city neighborhoods have significantly less amount of people living today than they did when they were first built. We'll take an example from my own ward, Ward 3. Cathedral has about 35% fewer people living there today than it did just 40 years ago. And if you track that back farther, I'm sure that number is even more stark, largely due to declining, household population with families not being the size they used to. So I presume that to be the same in this neighborhood too, that this isn't an addition of, so many new people that this neighborhood's never seen before. It's actually playing catch up to how many people used to live in this neighborhood when it was once, first thriving when it was first built. So I appreciate people's concern with change, but I think ultimately this is the type of the type of info we want to see in Regina. I want to see more of. I live half a block and a block away from two 10 and 12-story high seniors residents, and it actually is nice. It means there's lots of seniors in the streets, and I think that's sort of a nice thing. And I think once this happens, I think this will be a happy addition to this neighborhood. So I plan to support it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Councillor Murray.
Thanks, Your Worship. I'm just curious about what's currently on that site right now. My understanding is that was also an assisted living, or it's a seniors care center. Tell me what's on that site currently.
Mr. Searle.
Your Worship, there is a care facility there right now, along with a church building.
Okay, and so then the plan is obviously to remove those buildings and start afresh and start anew with the larger scale?
Mr. Searle.
Your Worship, that's correct. The development would be the site would completely be redeveloped and staged in 2 phases.
Okay, and I mean, I think along with Councillor Fraser, I see the downsides of having a large building put in there, but I think once it's there, it does often turn out to be much different than what you anticipated it was going to be. And we hear that a lot. We hear that from folks that are saying, I don't like that, I don't want it here, and I don't want it over there, but I want it, but I just don't want it here. often that's because they just don't know what's there. And I think at the end of the day, we've seen these projects built. We've seen homes like this, and they turn out to be a real asset to the community. So I think I'm leaning towards supporting your worship. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I'd just like to know how much community input did we get with this? If anybody could tell me.
Mr. Searle.
Your Worship, with respect to this project, we undertake a standard public notification process, and in this particular case, given the scale of the development, we did have a public open house. We received in total 6 written responses through the application review process. Those are detailed in Appendix B to the report, and some of the other things that would be undertaken in a process like this would be signposting of the property, advertisement in the paper, as well as community notice distribution.
So there is a care home currently on this site, and I know that Eden Care Communities has done a lot of work in planning this. I do have concerns about the 9- and 10-story buildings because there isn't anything else in this neighborhood that's that size. And I have heard a number of residents call me and say, these buildings are so huge to be in our little neighborhood, and they do have concerns about it. So I also have concerns representing them as well. So did they look at any other options through you, Mr. Mayor, about lower number of stories and maybe spreading it out more?
Mr. Searle.
Your Worship, we did look at a number of different options with respect to development of the site. The focus mainly was on building location and the elements of site design. We did discuss options pertaining to height with respect to the buildings. The outcome of those discussions was that the applicant did want to proceed with the 9- and 10-story buildings. The administration assessed that through the process and determined, based on analysis with respect to sun shadow impact and a location on the site, that we could support the proposal and have presented those recommendations in the report, Your Worship.
So our delegation that was here this evening brought up our zoning bylaws and how they protect the residents that are currently there. So is that something we also looked at through you, Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Searle.
Your Worship, important part of our review is to take a critical look at the potential impacts from a number of perspectives, including traffic, design, servicing capacity, and so forth. So we did that assessment on the potential impacts and in terms of land use compatibility and interface with that surrounding community, and we did give that consideration in the review process.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, when looking at interfacing with the surrounding community, there's nothing really this high in this community, so how did that fit in?
Mr. Searle.
Your Worship, certainly this is a different form of development than a number of the land uses immediately within the area. And because of that, the administration did take a look at how this proposed development fit with city policy and the official community plan, and did give consideration to how this different form of development would fit within the context of the community.
Thank you. I support the idea of this project. I don't support the buildings being as high as proposed here. The whole concept of the Eden Care community is ideal, but it doesn't fit into our community as many other buildings around there do, and I don't think that's really been taken into consideration. Obviously, it has in some parts, but from the community's point of view, this is something that's so much huger than is anywhere else in our community. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Some of the questions I was going to ask is being covered, but just a carry on in terms of public consultation, where you had 6 responses, 2 were in favor of the development and 4 were against. From your position, sort of being an experienced professional planner, would you describe this as sort of low-level resistance, medium-level resistance, high-level resistance?
I don't know if we have those categories of judging, but
Just getting a feel.
Mr. Searle, what do you have to say?
Your Worship, all I could say in response to that is that we do view public engagement as a very important part of our planning process. And whether it's 50 responses that we get or 6 responses, we give careful consideration to the issues that are raised in that process. I wouldn't categorize it as being high, low, or medium. There's possibly people out in the community that may not have wanted to provide us with a written response, but all I can say is that we go through a process of carefully evaluating any response that we get in the review process.
I also noticed that the Community Association kind of commented they were in support of this development.
Mr. Searle?
Your Worship, that's correct. I can confirm that we did contact the Community Association and they were supportive.
Just one other question. The delegation brought up the option or idea that there may be other properties in the city. Do you know, in your work with the developer, maybe at Planning Commission, did that option ever be pursued? Is this, if they were maybe sell this property and look at other locations in the city?
Mr. Searle?
Your Worship, in our discussions with the applicant, they have a long-standing history with respect to this property, and had intended to pursue this location, given that they've been established there for a number of years, and had not presented any other alternative sites to us for consideration.
Thank you. I'm kind of torn here because I think the concept itself, the developers all top-notch. It's just the question of the height of the building is just sort of sitting a little uneasy, but I'll listen to other speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burnett. Other speakers to the report? Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have 2 questions for the administration. One is, do you know how many houses will be affected by shadowing caused by the height of these buildings?
Mr. Searle?
Your Worship, the impacts on existing residential properties will vary throughout the year. The most significant impact would be on December 21st, with more moderate impacts on March and September 21st. The specific number of properties, I don't have that information at hand. The impacts are presented in the appendices to the report that show the shadow impacts at different times of the day during the 4 different periods throughout the year.
Your Worship, just further to that, even if you don't have the specific number, can you give me a ballpark on number? I've looked at the housing shadowing designs, but I'm just wondering what the ballpark number is.
Mr. Searle?
Your Worship, just looking at Appendix C-1, on September 21st at 10 a.m. in the morning, roughly 3 to 4 houses are impacted by shadowing at that time of day on September 21st. On June 21st, at the same time of day, 10 a.m., there would be no houses impacted. On September 21st at 3 p.m., there would roughly be about 3 to 4 houses impacted as well. The most significant impacts will be on December 21st, when virtually the shadows would be cast approximately about a block in length, and that would impact a number of properties.
Thank you very much. That's helpful. Your Worship, one last question. Was any consideration given by the developer or by the administration to canvassing buildings of a lower height?
Mr. Searle?
Your Worship, just to understand the question, had the administration considered other height options for the property?
Well, I'm just wondering whether the height of the property must have always been an issue when this proposal came forward. I'm just wondering at that time whether there was any suggestion from the administration or from the developer itself as to why that particular height was chosen as opposed to, say, 6 stories or 4 stories.
Mr. Searle?
Your Worship, through our discussions with the developer, the applicant, we did certainly have the conversations about building massing and scale. Through those discussions, the applicant did come back to us and say that this is the proposal we want to advance. So we took a critical look at what the fit would be of a 9- and 10-story building on the property, both from the perspective of where they should be located and oriented on the property to address both streetscape design, but also to try to best mitigate the impact on adjacent properties with respect to shadow analysis.
Your Worship, the applicant isn't here tonight to tell us, I don't believe, to tell us why they chose 8 or 10 stories as opposed to something lower. I share the concerns that have been expressed about the massing of this building, these buildings and their height, but I'm also cognizant of the value of these units to the community, to the seniors community in particular, and the quality of the applicant and experience it has in these buildings. So this, for me, is a difficult decision as well, and I'll be listening to the rest of the debate.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Other speakers to the report? You want to close debate? Okay, you have 3 minutes to close debate.
Thanks very much. This question was not asked, but I'm going to ask the question or pose the question myself. So sometimes people say, well, if this was your neighborhood, you would never do this. So I'm going to remind Council that at one point in time, you supported a 320-unit development that had 4 buildings and a lot of rental apartments right there behind my house. And we all supported that. I'm good with that. By the way, my neighborhood is good with it. By the way, my children who all came home this weekend saw the building for the first time and said, that's really nice, Dad. How'd that happen? It's nice. 2, we have a situation where we as a council have said, look, there are places where we have to put some development, increase the density and so on, and we're doing it on a very, very major street, Broad. If you go across the street to the north, what do you see? A very large apartment building that we agreed to. And at that time, the developer also said, where Unique Garden sits right now is his property. He said, it is my goal to develop that as well into an apartment complex. Market conditions have changed a little bit and so on. So I'm hoping that we can be consistent in terms of our policy and what we've agreed to. We need to put more people. These are seniors people with daycare, with services for the neighborhood. Everybody will benefit. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Donald. You're the closing of speakers, so I'm going to call the question on the report. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you for that. We're now going to move into a discussion on the Business Improvement District. The first delegation is Neil Cromarty. Mr. Cromarty, if you could identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions of member council afterwards.
Thank you, Mayor Berger, councillors, for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Neil Cromarty, and I've worked in the downtown area since Henry Baker was mayor. I bought my business in 1980 on the 200 block Broad and moved and bought my building on the 21 block Broad in 1984. So day to day, year by year, I've seen the transition in the Regina downtown area over the last 36 years, and the hand that was played by Regina Market Square and the development that's gone on. Over the last 20 years, the 2100 block, 22 and 2300 blocks of Broad have brought on a new identity with the improvements to the general hospital, some new medical clinics, and certainly some new high-rises have been put up. Since the news of the expanded boundaries proposed by Regina Business Improvement Districts, I've knocked on the doors and consulted with my neighbors, about 20 to 22 businesses down in that area on the 2100 block, 22 and 23 of Broad Street from 13th Avenue South. The general feeling in the neighborhood is that we're not geographically downtown, and we won't benefit from the Regina Downtown Business Improvements proposed services and increase in the mill rate. Annexing the 2000 to 21, 22, and 2300 blocks of Broad will not benefit for the same reason. It doesn't benefit the Warehouse District or the Cathedral District. Most of the businesses I talked to when the canvassing went on were very confused by who was canvassing. The literature they got very closely represented that of the City of Regina. So when I started knocking on the doors, they thought that actually the city was canvassing them to join downtown. So after I sat down and we talked about it and I gathered some information, and after the finance meeting, I talked to the rest of them, and they have an idea of what's going on now. So some of the services that they might provide for us would be that they said during finance they want to present gateways coming into downtown Regina. These gateways would be annexed in. Gateways are kind of a drive-through to get to. These gateways are unavailable from Albert Street to Broad Street. That would be the Warehouse District. They have their own mill rate and mandate. So if you can imagine going 4 blocks north for a gateway, that would start at about Sears, and on the other side it would start at Minute Muffler. So this is that little dog leg that you would see in the map that that's in your brochure. And as I said before, Albert Street is part of the Cathedral area, and they've got their own levy and mill rate. Regina Downtown Business Improvement District in the last few years has increased people traffic by about 50,000 people a year, according to their own print. The merchants of 21 and 22 block and 2300 block have never benefited from any of the activities that have gone down downtown, the Scar Street Mall, Farmers Market Square, from any of those. And that foot traffic is very important. We totally agree. We always want to put in a greener footprint. BID wants to promote the walkability of downtown, hosting events and bringing people to the Scar Street Mall and shop within a 3-block area and then go home. So imagine for a second that if a customer is parked at the casino and needs to go to College Street to pick up his computer at the computer clinic, it's over a mile. So the walkability, we've parked at the casino, we've got to walk a mile to pick up our computer, and we've got to walk another mile to go back. That doesn't happen. That's not going to happen with the new boundaries. We've always been a targeted destination on those 3 blocks. Basically, our customers target us. They target myself, Fax Computers, all the little businesses down there, whether they take the bus or drive. No one in that area gets out of my business and goes shopping within those 3 blocks. We just don't have the walking traffic that they do downtown. BID claims that their clean team will help clean up our area. Regina Business Improvement District, that 50,000 people that they brought, they've really increased their own litter is what's happened.
If you have 30 seconds left.
Oh, gosh sakes. My apologies. Anyways, I'll just skip right down to my last point here. Really, I'm just going to ask Council to vote on the facts tonight that, number 1, the 21, 22, 2300 blocks of Broad are not geographically don't fit. The Regina Downtown Improvement District programs and benefits and boundaries won't benefit in this area, and that our area is unique and as individual as downtown, Cathedral, and the Warehouse District, and needs time to develop. So for those reasons, I ask Council not to include the 21, 22, and 2300 blocks of Broad into the proposed annexation. Thank you.
Mr. Cromartie. Thank you very much. We have to limit to 5 minutes in the presentation, but there may be questions from members of Council so you can elaborate on your position. Questions of the delegation?
Thanks.
Mr. Flagel.
Welcome, Mr. Cromarty. And what's your business?
TrueFit Denture Clinic. I've been dentures.
Denture, right?
Yes, sir.
Exactly. In your notes, was there anything else that you missed that you wanted to? I see you were rushing through, and maybe you forgot that there was a 5-minute, but I'll offer you about a 30-second commercial if I'll stand here.
Well, just basically that the, you know, and I do agree that BID does a great job downtown. Geographically, as I said, we really don't fit. A lot of their garbage pickup, the clean team. I think the biggest thing is that they say that this provides some extra security. And for those of you who don't know, in that area, we've got great security because of the General Hospital. And some of the people that don't park at the General Hospital and park in backyards and around the residence, security actually drives them to their cars. And if there's any suspicious activity, they report it to the police. And there's always 2 or 3 police cars there. So security is not an issue. And certainly as a liaison, Sean Fraser does a wonderful job. If we call him, he calls us back, takes everything to council for us. In a nutshell, basically, we're just a little out of bounds for this.
So, if I could, through you, what area are you part of today?
Well, I think it used to be City View, but I got corrected on that. You know, we don't have a name, but it doesn't mean that we
Are you
don't.
heritage or transition? Transition? You'd be transition.
Yeah, I suppose it would be, yes.
Okay.
Part of my presentation was this was going to be our area, and going from Broad Street to Albert Street by College Street was BID was Regina Down Business District was going to try and annex that in at one time, and we were kind of left the businesses along there. And as the people that I've talked to, my patients, I know a lot of people in that area, and that whole area is about 10% commercial, about 90% residential. And they would love to have an organization down there and some improvements, but something that would be tailored to them, not so much downtown.
Thanks. Through you, is your business open at night?
No, sir.
Saturdays?
No, sir.
Sundays?
No.
So Monday to Friday, kind of 8 to 5?
Yeah.
So yeah, you wouldn't, I hear what you're saying. The other thing is you mentioned about the levy that the downtown would charge you. Is that different than what you're being assessed today?
Well, it's I believe it's not quite a 1% levy on the taxes. And the thing about the taxes, and one of the reasons that the business people didn't know, when we got the notice of that BID was going to change the boundaries, the letters only went to the business people, to the building owners, not to the business people. So until it showed up in the Regina Leader Post, and I dropped off the maps, the business people have never been involved in this. BID directly contacted the building owners, but the businesses inevitably will have to pay through the annexation. And I think it's 0.07% of the total taxes.
Would go, if I could, would go to the BID.
Would go to the city, and the city forwards it to BID, obviously.
Good. Okay, no, that's what I wanted to find out. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Flegel. Councillor Burnett.
Thank you very much. You'd mentioned you had talked to and interviewed about 22 of the businesses in the area. Did you find any of them that were supportive of moving forward? None of them? Most of them didn't totally understand what it was. I made 2 trips or 3 trips. When I first got my notification, I photocopied that. When I was at the finance meeting, I photocopied that and sent it to him. And then when I had my final presentation, I dropped that off. So I didn't run into anybody that said, wow, this is going to change my life, it's going to be different. And, you know, and I certainly want to make a point that you go to the 20 block Broad, those restaurants there, certainly the Diplomat should be part of that, Triffon should be part of that, the nightclub should be part of that. But once you step off of 13th Avenue, we don't have any bars or nightclubs or anything that's, you know, that's going to create an issue with security. And most of the area down there is service areas. We've got my office, obviously. We've got medical clinics. We've got the X-ray clinic. And we've got, I think there's 3 or 4 different groups of doctors in the area. And we've got 2 mom-and-pop restaurants with 3 people working in them. So most of those people are very open-minded and really never felt that they were going to be downtown. When you were presenting your point of view, were any of them wanting to get involved and become more vocal like yourself to oppose the expansion?
Yeah, a few of the folks, that had restaurants, and as I said, they're mom and pop restaurants, and said we'd love to be there, Neil, but gosh, that's 5:30, and that's right during supper time, so we can't. Certainly, my neighbors, Fax Computer, said if they want to do something, give us a call. But if the letter or the email that you may have got, I really didn't want to bring this to council, because inevitably, if the Regina Downtown Business District, if council decides to take those 3 blocks off, does this whole plan have to go back to the planning department? And if it goes back to the planning department, they're going to miss out on their 2016 and 17 funding, right, from the other areas that are annexed in. So I don't know if tonight we can say, okay, we don't want those 3 blocks on there, or whether the whole idea has to go back to the planning department. So that's one of the reasons that I came tonight is I don't want anything rushed through in the sake of them getting their funding, and I certainly want them to be, the other areas to be part of downtown. It just geographically we just don't fit. And I think it's a good idea just to sit and wait, and I think there's a lot better things coming in our area. We've got some older houses there that eventually will come down, and with Pinner's Drugs there, it's really changed the area.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burnett. We'll be discussing what happens next when we get to the report, of course. You'll hear all about that in just a few moments. Other questions of the delegation? Councillor O'Donnell.
Thank you.
Thanks. Good evening. I have to tell you just up front, I've not had anybody come before me when I've been on council saying I'm opposed to joining the bid. So I just want to understand a little bit more about that, okay? I'm going to give you 2 statements that have been made to me, unsolicited, as I've just talked to people. The first one is, when the Anglican Archdiocese area lands were being redeveloped, so a little farther down on College there, they said one of the benefits to that would that people could walk from there to the downtown. Do you see foot traffic going by, and do you agree with that statement?
Very little foot traffic going by. As I say, we're targeted, right? So most of the people that go down on those 3 blocks are headed to one of those businesses, not to 2 or 3 of those businesses. There used to be a little bit, but it's just not that particular type of area. I don't even know what you would call that particular type of business. If we do generate some businesses, generally those that may be at the general hospital and stop and pick up one of our services along the way. Okay. But as far as people tripping over us because they're at the farmer market, it just doesn't happen.
Thank you. Second statement, there's been a couple of high-rises go up in and around your area or
Yes.
toward. Specifically, I have a friend who lives in the old Motherwell building on Victoria Avenue. He happened to say, out of the blue, I go for groceries now because Shoppers now offers not full range, but fresh fruits and vegetables and so on. Does that make sense to you? And would that be kind of a tie to your area?
Absolutely, yes,
Okay.
yes. Councillor O'Donnell, I might add, I know the high-rise, I can't remember the name of it right now, but there's a great new art gallery. They just opened up about 6 months ago in there, so I stopped and talked to them twice. And previous to that, they were in the cathedral area. And she had, I had all my paperwork, and I explained it to her, and she couldn't tell me how happy they were to be there. Okay. They were very surprised about how clean, neat, and safe the area was, and that there really wouldn't be anything that they could do to improve the area. Just sit and wait for it to grow up a little bit.
Okay, thanks for that. So I'd like you to compress for me your argument, and I'm going to make a statement. You are opposed to being part of the RI bid because. I want you to finish the statement.
Well, we won't take advantage of any of the programs that they have.
Okay.
And I suppose one of the biggest things is that the business people themselves didn't have a choice in this matter. Okay. They didn't have a choice. Once this is annexed in, they become a member. And it's not the kind of membership that if I don't like what's going on, I can cancel it next year. There wasn't a choice. There wasn't good consultation in here. BID did a survey. None of the 22 businesses that I talked to ever got that survey. Now, some were businesses. Only 5 of these buildings in that area are actually owned and operated by people that own the building and run their businesses out of them. But none of those were ever surveyed. And the focus was on the building owners, not the businesses.
Last comment question. I thought I heard you say this, but I want you to correct me. There may be a time when this makes sense, but it doesn't make sense now. Something to that effect.
Very close, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I think that we could be annexed in as uniquely as what the warehouse district is, as uniquely as the cathedral area. But we're definitely, not that we're opposed to anything that's going downtown, but we're definitely opposed to the programs that aren't going to work for us, and they're not going to work. The walkability, the security, the safety, all those other things are all geared for downtown Regina, and so geographically, we just don't fit.
Okay. Thanks for your thoughts.
Thank you, Councilor Dowell. Councilor Hawkins?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for coming forward. I have one question. What will the cost to you be, to your business be, if this annexation takes place?
Absolutely minimal. It's $270 for my building.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Hawkins. Other questions of the delegation? Councilor Fraser, late again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thanks so much for taking the time to be here twice now. I really appreciate it. A challenging topic, only because, I think BID has done great things in the downtown. I think you've made that claim too. I haven't received any feedback actually directly as councillor for the area.
Councilor Fraser, you have a question.
Here
Come
twice.
to the question, please.
Come to question A. Don't know if I have a question actually.
Well, then you should wait till the report comes in.
Okay.
Then.
Okay. Thanks for coming. Thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Fraser. That's the protocol. No other questions. You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much, and we'll now look at the report.
Thank you.
Before us. This is, oh, sorry, no, we have one more delegation. Judith Versick. Ms. Versick, if you could identify yourself, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well. Maybe questions afterwards.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Fougere and City Council. My name is Judith Versick, and I'm here on behalf of the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District. We are respectfully requesting approval of the proposed adjustments to our Business Improvement District boundary. Regina Downtown was founded in 1981 as a Business Improvement District, which was a new idea at the time. Local property owners, including Paul and Carol Hill of Harvard Developments, Harold Haig of Logie Shoes, and the late Robert Gardikiotis of the Copper Kettle, initiated the formation of Regina's Market Square. For many years, the original bid boundary stayed the same: the railroad tracks to the north, Albert to the west, Broad to the east, and Victoria to the south. In the late 2000s, the boundary was extended 1 block to the east and west to Angus and Osler. We now hope to expand our boundaries to reflect the growing business community throughout Regina's inner core. Our proposed expansion would extend the boundary of the bid south to 13th Avenue, along Broad between Victoria and College, and east to Halifax Street from Saskatchewan Drive to 13th Avenue. This area encompasses 125 commercial properties, 19 of which are exempt. RD bid is self-funded through a bid levy assessed on commercial properties within the boundary. The levy fee is dependent on the assessed value of the property. And within this expansion area, fees are estimated to range between $40 and $16,477. Of the 106 commercial properties within the expansion area, 49 will have a levy of less than $250. 26 will be between $251 and $500. 16 between $501 and $1,000. 9 will be between $1,001 and $2,500, and 6 properties will have a levy more than $2,500. Our public engagement process was extensive. Information packages were mailed out in May and October of 2014 to both the property owner and the business owner. Open houses were held on October 27th, 28th, and 29th in 2014. Business visits were made by our staff in October of 2014. And during these visits, we hand-delivered the open house invitations, dropped off information packages, and administered a short survey through our iPads. Additional letters were sent out in July of 2015, confirming RD Bid's intent to request the boundary expansion, and 2 more additional open houses were held on July 27th and 28th of 2015. Of the 125 properties included in the expansion request, we received 7 comments of support for inclusion in the bid and 41 unsure. Since the expansion request went to the Finance and Administration Committee on March 8th, we have heard from Mr. Cromartie, who is in opposition to the expansion, and Michelle Espino, Dave Boyes, Daniel Ince, and Kimberly Fife in support of the proposal. Regina Downtown offers many benefits to our members, and our programs are intended to enhance those services already provided by the City of Regina. If the boundary expansion is approved, RDBID will expand the following services to businesses and properties in the expansion area. Clean and safe services. We conduct regular sidewalk sweeping from April through October, depending on what the weather is like. Litter removal and minor graffiti removal. We have determined that we would be able to provide cleaning services within the expansion area 1 to 2 times a week. However, if there's a situation that needs immediate attention, the business only needs to call us, and we'll deploy someone to address the situation. We have 2 clean team members currently on staff and are in the process of hiring up to 4 more. Safety and security. Our operation manager has been working closely with RPS and other service providers in monitoring the safety and security of our district. This includes regular meetings with RPS and information sessions with our members.
Ms. Versak, you have 1 minute left.
Where there are acute needs, we will assist with developing a solution that works for everyone. Marketing and communications. We have developed a robust marketing and promotional strategy that would be open to expansion businesses to participate in. You'll see some of our marketing material in the packages I distributed to you earlier. We recently concluded the inaugural Restaurant Week at no cost to our members, and in anticipation of this expansion, we reached out to both the Artful Dodger and the Diplomat to see if they wanted to be a part of this event, and they did. Advocacy. RDBID does a tremendous amount of advocacy work on behalf of our members. We have assisted with the development of solutions that work for the membership while also meeting the goals of our project partners. We have worked with the city on transit improvements on 11th Avenue, circulation and activation of City Square Plaza, and the future development of the rail yard renewal lands. We have lobbied on behalf of our members for limitations on office development outside of downtown.
Mr. Versak, I'll have to stop you there. That's okay. 5 minutes. You may be able to expand that through questions from members of council. Thank you very much for that. Questions of the delegation? Councilor Bryce.
Thank you. So we've heard from our delegation previous to you that along this spot that he's talking about from Broad to College, Victoria, well, 13th to College, I guess it is, that a lot of these businesses are medical business. I would call it almost a medical corridor where the businesses are only open Monday to Friday during business hours. How would you say that would enhance the downtown per se when we're looking at nightlife, evening entertainment, those sorts of things?
I think we're looking at, I'm sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. I think we're looking at downtown, the inner core as a whole, becoming at one downtown. I know you're looking right now, or you're considering what was described as a dog leg, but the original exploration we did actually looked at going to College along both Albert and Broad and creating those gateways that we had talked about, leading into the downtown core, and perhaps working with Warehouse District to develop gateways on their northern boundary as well. So again, we would have that consistent feel, look, celebration of really what is a special place within our community. We do have a lot of businesses downtown that are 9 to 5, Monday to Friday, and they still benefit from advocacy work that we do on behalf of parking improvements, transit improvements. We do litter pickup, so regardless of where you are, if you do have a business within our district, we do graffiti removal and litter pickup. So while he might not be a part of Restaurant Week, I think there are definitely some other services we do provide that would work for an office-type setting.
So we also talk about things like walkability, and our previous delegation also commented that sometimes walkability just isn't appropriate from where his business or further out all the way to College is if you parked at the casino, for example. So can you comment on that at all?
I think part of it, in response to that, one of the things that I commented on in past presentations was the adoption of the Walk to Work plan and really looking at downtown as a whole and increasing pedestrianism. So while his property might not be the destination, it is on the path from a point of interest to another point of interest. And if we always concentrate on what those points of interest are, it's an unpleasant walk, if you will, from point A to point B. We're seeing more residential pop up along Broad with I think it's called Center Square, the Archdiocese property there. So you're having a lot of folks that are living in those properties and walking to work downtown, and that is their corridor. He might not, Mr. Cromartie might not see it on the daily basis. Perhaps maybe they're walking before he arrives at work or while he's working on some of his clients. Not sure. But the trend these days for folks is to live closer to the downtown. And that's what we're trying to propagate through all of our actions, making downtown the place to live, work, stay, and play.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, you mentioned so you would be walking past the businesses down a corridor to downtown. So that perception that this would be a corridor rather than part of downtown, how can you expand upon that?
I think we have a lot of corridors through our downtown. 11th Avenue is a corridor. But as Councillor O'Donnell mentioned, you do have destination points right along that strip between 2100 and 2300. The Shoppers Drug Mart. I've gone there, picked up things myself for groceries, things like that. We do work with some of the computer companies along that strip. And the galleries are quite interested, too, in being a part and participating with the arts efforts that we have planned in the future.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Price. Councillor Hawkins. Okay, Councillor Burnett.
Thank you, Judith. Just a couple clarifications. In your presentation, you mentioned there was 125 properties to be included into the annexation, but you also mentioned 19 were exempt. Can you explain how you get exempt from the overall annexation?
Through you to the chair. Exempt properties are properties that may be owned by provincial government. Usually it's government owned, so the City of Regina has the fire station at 13th and Albert. That would be an exempt property from this. SAS Power owns a few of the parking lots between 13th and Victoria. Those would be exempt. In addition, I believe there are certain charitable or charities or nonprofits that would also be exempt, like the YMCA. So those are the types of exemptions. I believe the Anglican Church or the Catholic Church is also, the Catholic Church behind SAS Power is also exempt.
But there's no voluntary exemption for a business?
No, this is based on their tax classification.
You also mentioned that you had open houses on the 27th, 28th, and 29th, and that you, I think, received 7 in favor and 41 unsure. Did you follow up on the sort of the unsure category? Because it sounds like from the first delegation there was confusion in the communications process that the owners, business operators may not be on the same page. There is maybe uncertainty whether it was the city doing the annexation versus the downtown bid. Did you have an opportunity to look further into sort of discovering why the unsures?
I think at that time we did reach out to the unsures. Actually came from the business owners, so the folks that are operating the business and the property. And a lot of the unsures that we heard were due to the fact that they were not the property owner. Or we were seeing, when we did the stop-in, it was like the teller or the person who is like the retail, the cashier. So they just didn't feel comfortable saying yes or no, seeing as how they were not the owner. They were just working there at the time. We did follow up with letters, and we did stop in at a few of them, but we didn't get anything in writing or have any concrete conversations with some of those folks.
You also mentioned, I don't know if you were with the bid, but back in 2000 you mentioned they did an annexation and moved east and west a block over. Have you had feedback and comments? Is all the businesses very happy with participation from that, do you know?
We haven't had feedback from them saying yes or no. However, we do provide additional services to them, and we haven't heard complaints otherwise.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Burnett. Before I go to the next speaker, just a reminder, we're having uneven hearing of people speaking, so if you could make sure you speak directly to the microphone and raise your voice just a bit. Some of the people are cut off, you really can't hear. So with that note, Councilor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor, and I do have a question this time. Thank you so much for your presentation and your time. It's a bit of an odd-looking map. I'm wondering, would you plan for future expansion? Like, could you see a time in the future where maybe like all of transition might be part of DID?
Through you to the chair, absolutely. That was the original exploration that administration from my organization did. We did look at the Albert Street frontage. At the time, the Cathedral Business Association was exploring bid formation, and they had indicated that they were interested in that area. So in the interest of being a good neighbor, we said, okay, if you're going to take it, then we will back off on that area. We also looked at the area between Broad and Albert, south to College, and right now the time isn't right for that location. There is a lot more residential in the area. However, the businesses that are within that area, we got a lot of support from them to be a part of the bid. The board, my board, decided at this time to focus on the Broad Street frontage, and perhaps in the future we could look at, I guess, between College and Broad and then Albert Street.
Sure. Okay, one more question here. Transition neighborhood, so that by that I mean south of Vic, north of College, and between Albert and Broad, is a unique place. There's no schools there, but there's a mix of business and residential and business residential, and a lot of senior high-rises, probably around a dozen seniors high-rises. If you had a magic wand, and 20 years from now, Regina's official community plan was fully put in action, which calls for 10,000 more people living in downtown and broader downtown Regina, what would transition look like, and what would our bid's role be in that community?
I think some of the housing stock needs to be improved to meet the needs of, or the demands of what the market is looking for right now. However, I do think there should be a mix of incomes within the area, so not pricing anyone out like Toronto or Vancouver, but again, having that diversity of people living in the area makes the neighborhood that much more vibrant. You'll always have eyes on the street, whatever time of the day, especially if you have seniors living in the neighborhood. But then it's also nice to have young children in the neighborhood, too, because that's your future, and those are the folks that get involved in the different programs that you might offer. I think there should be some concentrated pockets of commercial throughout. I think there's beginnings of that happening on 14th and 15th with the Tangerine, the Schoolhouse, Blush. Those are folks that were, I actually ran into Amy from Tangerine and Schoolhouse, and she said, I'm so excited to be part of the bid, and I had to break it to her that she wasn't part of this expansion, but she did express the fact that she wanted to be a part, and perhaps her area is the area that we go to next. So there's definite interest from those businesses. Our role, I think, well, we'd have to get a larger staff, larger maintenance staff, larger, I think we can do a good job of servicing the area, and I think we would just adjust our services to meet the needs of the neighborhood, and that's really what's key, because there isn't a one-size-fits-all. What works for a Harvard Tower will not work for Truefit Denture. And I think having that conversation with those business owners and understanding where they may see the gaps are, that's where we can figure out a solution and step in.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Fraser. Other speakers? Councilor O'Donnell.
Thanks. Good evening. As I said earlier on, I'm not used to someone saying no. It seems that there's some pride and belonging. That's my assessment, not anybody else's. Two questions. One, are other cities that have a bid expanding as well? Is this a phenomenon that's going on in other cities as well?
Through you to the chair, yes, it is. in the States, I'll just comment briefly on the States, and then I'll talk about Canada. But in the States, they're doing expansions and renewals all the time. A lot of their bid legislation gives term limits to their bids. In Canada, I know London, Ontario just doubled the size of their bid, and the area that they took, I think, was west of downtown, and it was a distinctly different look from what their downtown is. I'm not sure if you're familiar with London's downtown, but it was not similar to what you see on Dundas Street or around Budweiser Gardens. It was very similar to transition area, actually. It was initiated by the properties in that area. I do know places like Saskatoon and Winnipeg have substantial boundary, large areas within their boundaries that do encompass large portions of residential, like the transition area. I believe Winnipeg's biz goes to the river, to the Winnipeg River, and butts up against the Forks bid area. So they have their ledge there, as well as all of those residential areas south of, I'm not sure, but adjacent to the ledge. So it's not unusual to have different flavors of building types and building and businesses within one district.
Thank you. Last question. Why does your board want to expand?
I believe that they see their role within the growth of the city core growing. We like to think that we've played an instrumental role in the development of what's happening downtown. But that being said, I know that a lot of the OCP, the Walk to Work, really focuses on the inner city, the inner core, and making it vibrant again. And that's consistent across all Canadian cities, focusing on the inner core. And I think knowing that that is the future vision for the community, we want to be a part of it. We'd like to help direct that growth, and we'd like to be a part of its success.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dahl. Other questions of the delegation? I have a couple, and just so I'm clear, how many businesses raise objections through your process leading up to tonight?
Just 1 second. Through this process, since this came to Finance and Admin, we've only had one from Mr. Cromarty. During the public outreach process, I believe there was, let me just make sure, I want to make sure I'm giving you the right number. Here. We had a total of 4 saying no. However, 2 of those were in the area that we decided to exclude from the, so between Broad and Albert and College and 13th.
This is part of you intimated through your answering, this is part of a strategic sort of growth over time to expand, obviously, beyond your current boundaries. To the extent that this takes place and you come back to council in the next few years, you will likely want to rebrand yourself as not just the downtown business improvement district. You may want to expand into another name, if you will, but another brand to say we're inclusive to a larger area of our city. Would that be a fair statement to make?
Yes, I think that is totally fair. We've rebranded before. We used to formerly be Regina's Market Square. But that being said, there are models across North America that do have larger bid boundaries, and they have different brands for districts within their bid. So that's not to say that we will rebrand everything Regina Downtown. Perhaps in the future, maybe we do rebrand it. I think it's called Center Square, I think people are moving away from transition, but maybe it's Center Square, however it's managed by Regina Downtown. There are so many different models, and I can't comment on what the board will want to do, but
So we're not committing
there's
to it,
best
just,
practices
just
out there.
ask the question, you're thinking about it.
Yeah.
Okay. That's good. Are there questions of delegation? Thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
taking the time to answer questions. We'll turn now to Councillor Murray with respect to Finance Administration on the RD bid change of boundaries 2016. Councillor Murray.
Thanks, Your Worship. I'm happy to rise to bring forward CR 1619, and this would be the report that we've been discussing here this evening. So, coming from the recommendations from the committee, we had recommendation that the city solicitor be instructed to amend the bylaw. Sorry, just make sure I got the right. City solicitor be instructed to amend the bylaw 2003-80 of the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District bylaw 2003 to expand the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District boundary as depicted within Appendix A of the report.
A seconder for that, please. Okay.
Thanks, Councillor Hawkins.
Councillor Hawkins, second that.
There was a lot of discussion actually that went back and forth around obviously the one party that we heard from this evening who was not in favor. But we did hear a lot of the positive sides of what would happen and how we're going to see an impact and an improvement within the community. Your Worship, we had lots of discussion. At the end of it all, the committee approved the recommendations coming forward to Council, and we look for concurrence here.
Thank you very much. Are there other speakers to the report? Councillor Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just maybe a point of process on this one, some clarification. Mr. Cromartie actually put an interesting option on the table. I think he said he did not want to see this entire annexation fail, but he did say, is there a possibility of an amendment to exclude those 3 blocks on Broad Street, which would allow the majority to go forward? But I guess I'm wondering, from a process point of view, would it be appropriate to put an amendment on so council could, if they are uncomfortable in any way, they could vote that down and go back, as opposed to risking everything? I think as a representative that sits on the bid board, I know the bid themselves, the board is very anxious to move forward. They're very positive in terms of the work they provide to the city. I don't think they want to be in a position of imposing and pushing themselves on business, especially if there is this level of some confusion. So I'm just looking for some direction as to what might be the best way to...
There's a couple of options, and the clerk will tell me if there's more or I've missed something here. We could defeat this and send it back. We could, you could put notice of an amendment, and I'll allow you to do that after you hear what councillors say, because you sit on the commission, or you could make an amendment right now for that. Those are the options that you have on the table, and I'll leave it to you to decide what you want to do.
Maybe I'll take option 2 and wait till I listen to the other councillors, and then we'll possibly make.
We'll hear what other councillors have to say. We do have other speakers. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. And right now I'm leaning to Mr. Cromartie's side because I don't agree that stretching the boundaries is the right thing to do at this point. But I do want to clarify one thing. I know Mr. Cromartie works hard, but Shoppers Drug Mart's been around for a little while, not Pinder's. So just in case you haven't had your head out of the dentures for a while, it is there. So, but
thank you for that, Councillor Flagel.
Yeah. But my thing is that Regina Downtown, as we've always been saying, has got a parking problem, and people always say there's a big parking problem downtown. Part of the problem is they can't park right in front of where they want to go. So they are scared to walk a block. No, I shouldn't say scared. That's the wrong word. They don't want to walk a block or 2 or 3 or 4 because they don't think they should have to. That's half of our parking problem, is the mentality of our people today. We are not a walkability city, and that's unfortunate because we should be. To stretch this out down to College Avenue, I can't go with that. My idea, when I saw that we were looking at boundaries, this has got to go back 6 or 7 years ago, was we have Albert Broad, Sass Drive, Vic, 1 block on either side around that would be an expansion of the boundary. That would be downtown. College Avenue, in my books, is not downtown. That's the way I look at it. If I also look at our seasons, 6 months of the time, nobody's walking. We've had an exceptional winter this year, but 6 months of the year, if there's 50% of the people walking, those 6 months, 5% are walking. 3 months of the year, possibly, and say June, July, August, they're going to walk. if they can. So I don't agree with this thing, and I like the amendment part of maybe leave this out for now, go with 13th Avenue and North, go with Osler Street and West, go with McIntyre, if you want to go that route, the other side of Albert Street, or not McIntyre, Angus, go the other way. I would rather see that right now and leave the rest of 13th South as a potential for what's going to be there. The majority of the businesses, except for Shoppers, are the only ones that are going to benefit right now from any of this stuff because they're the only ones that are open. 7-Eleven is open too, but they're not included. So I think part of that is that we're spreading out too far, and we've heard from Ms. Verith before, Judith, in how we have so many things we need to fix in the existing downtown. Let's focus on what we have today. Don't go after pie in the sky for the south part of 13th Avenue when we have issues to fix in downtown Regina today. That's the way I feel about it, and that's how I'm going to vote, and I'm not in favor of this right now unless it's an amendment to allow them in.
Thank you, Councillor Flegel. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I'm in agreement with amendment, just to put that out there to start with. I do think that this, the space 13th to College on Broad Street, I feel that's more of a medical corridor, and it goes towards 13th and 14th there towards the general hospital, and there's more medical buildings in there. So I feel it's not really an appropriate, although there are medical buildings downtown, don't get me wrong, but I just don't feel that this is actually part of downtown. So I am in full agreement with the amendment, and I just, that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. I support the proposal put forward by the bid group as it stands for 4 reasons. First of all, the services which bid provides are services which will be used by all of the businesses along Broad Street. Now, they may not use all of the services to the same intensity for every business. That's true of garbage collection in the city. Still, I think that the clean streets, the additional safety, and some of the other services will benefit all of the businesses. First point. Second point, in providing these services, I think you can only do it efficiently if it's done in a contiguous way. That is, I don't think we can have in the downtown area certain businesses putting up their hand and saying, we want to opt out because we don't use a particular business or a particular service. So I think that efficiency requires that it be done in a contiguous way. The third point I want to make deals with growth. Activity doesn't just flow north to south. It's starting to flow south to north along this part of Broad Street. You look at the residential developments that have gone in on the old Anglican Church property and in other properties along that area. Those people are moving moving north on Broad Street to use places like Shoppers, to go to art galleries, and I believe that that growth will continue right in that area in the future. There is high population area. It's a high population area, and I think that it will be a business area. I think it is already, but I think it'll be more so in the future. And finally, I thought the delegation was helpfully frank when it noted that the impact of this on his particular business will be absolutely minimal. And I think that that's characteristic of all the businesses along the street. So I think what we have here is a rational, contiguous proposal for the development of the downtown, and I think that it'll lead to a strengthened bid. So I'm supporting it as it stands.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Are there other speakers on the report? Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a few points here. I think we can first all agree that Regina's downtown has been a huge success, a huge feather in Regina's cap over the past few years, and I think we shouldn't underestimate the role that the RBID has played in that. So a few examples, they've put on Cinema Under the Stars. There's been some of those movies they played in the park. Over 1,500 people come out, I think Judith mentioned earlier here today that there's 10 new restaurants downtown. And we really can't underestimate the role that RBID has had in this. Downtowns across Canada have gone up and down. They cycle through. But certainly the success we've seen in Regina's downtown, the great brand I think they've built, and the fact that there's a lot more people coming downtown. It's actually a very safe part of the city. It turns out. I think we're getting past that idea of Regina's downtown being a creepy, dangerous place. We get crime stats every month, and it's actually, statistically, it's a very, very safe downtown. And again, our bid, we have to contribute some of that to our bid. I think for businesses paying this tax, somewhere around 1%, it's actually a great deal for what it has to offer. I think they really get a lot of service out of that. The challenge is the councillor for the ward is, of course, trying to represent the views of the people that elected me. In this case, I think we've heard from some people who are, one percenter who's obviously against it and has talked to other people who maybe share some of that sentiment. We've heard from our bid, who's heard from some people that are very much for it. They really want to be part of it. And I think ultimately there's a lot of people that really aren't sure because they don't know what value this will bring to their business. And really, the proof will be in the pudding. We don't really know what value this will bring to the businesses that sign on to it either until it's happened. So I think the challenge really lies with our bid to make sure that these communities that really could be paying a tax, and not be represented, if that's through services or if that's through, representation on the board and that sort of thing. If they don't get good value, that's really going to be a hard argument for our bid to bring forward next time if they want to expand further, if that's with the RRI or if that's into the rest of transitional neighborhoods. So really, I think, if I put my glasses on to look at the long-term health of Regina's downtown, which we cannot take for granted, I think our bid expanding and being a stronger organization is ultimately very good for the downtown. Again, though, that doesn't mean just because we okay this tonight that it automatically is good for all the members. I think it's incumbent on our bid to make sure that that value proposition for these new businesses is good. So a difficult decision, but I think this expansion is warranted. And I think supposing this expansion goes well, future expansions, which could very well happen in coming years, will be gauged against how the people who are included this time feel represented. So I hope that goes well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Other speakers to the report? Bryce, if you could take the chair, please.
Mayor Fisher?
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. I'm a big fan of the RD bid. They've done an outstanding job since they've been created, since they were Market Square. They were ahead of their time then, and in many ways, the things they do today are also ahead of their time. And what we're looking at here is a strategic growth of the RD bid, the boundaries, and the benefits that are given. I support the report. I think it's a minor. I don't want to downplay anybody's opposition to this one, and this is a difficult issue. But as I hear from Ms. Verasuk, there is 3 people who have actually said no to this. This is not an arbitrary line in the sand. This actually is a strategic growth of a corridor. Yes, there's varied businesses that happen. Yes, there are some who may not see all the advantages up front. But I would talk about things like security, like graffiti removal, like cleaning up, security. All those things I think are important to any business, whether you're related to human services or you are a restaurant. I think there's a commonality that's there. But we have to make sure that those people who are in the bid are comfortable and pleased with that. I've talked to Ms. Verasuk about how we would handle someone who may be in opposition to this one. What could and should we do? But before I say anything further, I want to question the administration on if this was tabled to look for a review, and I don't think we should be in this area arbitrarily setting boundaries tonight. It would be Ms. Verasuk, I think, should do that. Is there any financial impact at all other than the tabling of this for another month? Through you to the administration.
Mr. Holden or Mr. Barr?
Through the chair. The implications are around the timing of if the bid wants to impose this levy to the new area for the 2016 tax year. We're getting close to the time when we need to process that and cut it off. So it would be there's risk that it may not get on the 2016 tax bill. So I would say.
Would 1 month make a difference?
Given that the tax bills need to be ran in April for May delivery, it's pretty tight right now.
But it's possible?
It's possible it may impact it.
I will want to see, obviously, what other members of council say in this one. I'm going to support the proposal as presented. But I do think if there is going to be a change, it'd be referred to Ms. Verasek to come back with a recommendation as opposed to us sort of cherry picking here tonight. I think it's not fair to any business that wants to be in or a business that wants to be out.
Thank you.
So, Councilor Burnett, you gave notice of a motion, and I'm not sure this is any clearer than it was before, but you have options. We can take the vote as it is. That's one option. If there's no other speakers, you either pass or not, or you can move a motion of referral or some other motion you'd like to do. But the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not sure if I'm any more clear on my motion. I was certainly leaning towards wanting a referral back to administration and Mrs. Verasek for come back within 1 month, but I tend to lean a little towards the financial side at times, and when Mr. Barr mentioned that they would lose an entire tax year if we miss that narrow window of opportunity. So I think I'm going to withdraw my motion, and we'll take the chance on the vote.
Okay, take a chance on the vote then. Are there other speakers before Councilor Murray, if you want to close debate? You want, no, sure. One more before you, because you're closing debate. Councilor Donald.
Thanks. I just wanted to listen to everybody, and I needed to give this some thought. So, first of all, a piece of advice to Ms. Verasek: invite Mr. Cromartie in. I think he'd be a great member of your board. I think he has some good thoughts. So I'm going to be supporting the motion as it is. One, I think this is about unity. Unity, from my point of view, means that we must, in terms of expanding borders and so on, we must look at the inside of our city. As others have said, RD Bid brings strength to the area, strength to the community, and becomes another representative voice. I like that. I like that a lot. I think, as has been said, there have been some really neat initiatives. To go a little bit farther, to me, makes perfect sense. I'll support the motion as it sits.
Thank you, Councilor Donald. Councilor Murray, you want to close debate?
Sure. I'll just be really brief, and I just wanted to say that I appreciate Mr. Cromartie's concern and obviously his challenge, and of course those people he talked to as well. At the end of the day, though, you don't have an ability to cherry pick out certain businesses and say this one will skip and that one will skip. I mean, imagine how that would work on the logistics side, that there's some litter on the road, litter along the sidewalk, and the folks that are out there cleaning up for the downtown would skip past those two businesses on to the next. Or if there's a little bit of graffiti on the side of something and they're out there to clean it up, oh, don't clean this building, we have to move over to the next one. It just wouldn't work. And so I can appreciate that not everybody fits exactly the same way in every scenario. And frankly, there's probably a whole bunch downtown that really don't fit either. But they're there. So I'm going to support the recommendations as they came forward from the Finance Administration, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. That closes debate. You moved the motion. So I'm going to call the question on the report. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion's carried. We'll now move into the bylaws. Councilor Bryce.
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councilor Burnett, that bylaws 2016-13, 2016-14, and 2016-18 be introduced and read a first time.
Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Following consideration of the associated reports that has just concluded, Council will now considering the following bylaws. 216-13, respecting amendments to introduce regulations for live-work units as a new land use classification in residential zones. 216-14, respecting proposed rezoning to permit the development of two mixed-use buildings on land known locally as 1925 Fifth Avenue North. And 2016-18, respecting the proposed expansion of the boundaries of the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District. If there's anyone in the gallery who wishes to address council on any of these bylaws, I would ask that you indicate your intention and await direction from the mayor. It appears we have two interested parties, Your Worship.
Okay. There are two, as I see. And anyone else? Okay. Mr. Novak, you're first. And we have just one moment, please, Mr. Novak. Just one moment. I've got hands all over the place. So raise the hands who want to speak. One other one. Okay, thank you. Mr. Novak, you identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there will be questions afterwards.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. My name is Chad Novak. I'm here on behalf of the Saskatchewan Taxpayers Advocacy Group, which stands up for the individual rights of individual taxpayers, something that is desperately needed in our great city here. Speaking 5 minutes on 3 bylaws is going to be difficult, but I'll try my best to get through here. First thing is, on the Downtown Business Improvement District, there was mention of cherry picking here. I don't think there was any question of cherry picking. It was an ask to remove a complete 3-block zone. So we're not cherry picking businesses, and I want to make sure that the public understands that. Second thing is the downtown BID, as you can see by the bylaw number, it sounds like the last time we've actually done quite a thorough review of the downtown BID bylaws has been 2003, 13 years ago. A lot has happened since that time, and I think it's time, especially given it's an election year, to really take a good look at the bylaw, perhaps update it. There's obviously some misconceptions out there, or confusion, or not knowing enough of what they can and will offer to businesses. I don't think that, personally, I think that they've lost their vision over the years, but that's my own personal opinion. And I think that revisiting that would certainly help strengthen their organization and strengthen the downtown as a whole. One thing that I personally would also like to have seen them do, and I was actually involved with one of their downtown town halls, and the feedback I got from them was not positive, was talking about parking downtown. They felt that they don't have as much of a say in that sense as opposed to the city, which I think they should be given ultimate say, because they are the ones that know exactly what happens downtown in terms of what can attract business downtown. And you wouldn't believe how many times I hear people say, I'm avoiding downtown because parking is horrible. I don't want to pay $2 an hour or whatever it is now. I don't know, because I don't pay the meters. I won't park downtown. But they won't come downtown because they don't want to take the risk of parking a centimeter too far from the curb and getting a parking ticket. They don't want to take a risk of going 1 minute over the time limit of the parking meter and getting a ticket. They don't want to take a risk of any of that stuff, and I understand that, and I think that that's one of the things that the downtown BID should be standing up for, and I think that they would if they were given the autonomy to do that. So that being said, I think this year we certainly need to do a complete review of their organization and the bylaw. And one final thing on the BID, I know that one of the councillors had mentioned that if we're going to be those benefiting from the BID, we should be putting the levy on them. Well, in that sense, the entire city of Regina benefits from the BID, so let's expand the whole thing citywide. Because I know myself, way out in the Greens on Gardner, I benefit from the BID because I come downtown to visit quite often. I won't park downtown, but I'll visit it. So, I mean, I benefit from it, so why not charge me also? No. And then secondly, on the other two bylaws, this is something that is near and dear to my heart, is the sense of long-term community plans. This should be a wake-up call to City Council and anybody else that's paying attention to the situation, that we have 25-year community plans for a purpose. Here we have two bylaws, two situations where those community plans are basically useless. Why are we doing them? Why are we spending months upon months of all this work and putting our administration to work and putting thousands of, however many hours into this work, just to throw it by the wayside and allow these one-off applications to go through?
Mr. Novak, you have 1 minute.
Would I be allowed to have a little bit longer since I'm talking to three
1 minute.
bylaws?
1 minute.
Okay, I'll talk 5 minutes for the next bylaw then. Is that appropriate? Or?
You said you're talking all three bylaws, so you have 1 minute left.
Purpose of the OCP is to have residents have a plan. As we've seen tonight by delegations, people bring these forward, and keep in mind that one person isn't just one person. One person is multiple people. The people that have the wherewithal to come forward and have the nerve to actually come forward and talk about it, that takes a lot of confidence, and I think that we need to make sure that we mention that. The point of the OCP is also to give a long-term plan. Westera, for example, here we have an organization prior to this. I brought it up to you, Mr. Mayor, in the past, and still have no response. Is the previous Westera development was actually light industrial. In 2011, they were told they could not develop it for 25 years. They sold then to Harvard Developments, and now, all of a sudden, boom, they're allowed to develop it. And not that light industrial has been the plan all along, but now residential.
Mr. Novak, your time is up. I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. Now, I'm not sure the name of the other gentleman. He's got a tie on, I believe, at the very back row, if you want to come forward. And Identify yourself. You have 5 minutes for your presentation. And maybe questions afterwards.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Alan Stephen, and I am the Chief Executive Officer of Eden Care Communities. And with me I have my architects of our project. As I listened to Council and the staff talk tonight, I wanted to address the 4 issues that I heard from questions. The first one is what we're proposing is a long-term care and supportive housing facility, not affordable housing. There is a huge difference between affordable housing and supportive housing. Our proposal is to provide that care, that services that we need to ensure that the residents who are vulnerable have those services. And that's done through the housing unit that we're putting in. It's done through a primary integrated wellness center. It's done through a spa, and it's done through a caring community within a community. The second piece of the question that came up is who we're addressing this to. And we're addressing it to the fastest growing, or one of the fastest growing First Nations and Métis populations of our city, one of the fastest growing newcomers or immigrant populations to our city, one of the fastest growing elder populations of our city, one of the fastest growing baby or infant part of our city. So that's what we're addressing as we bring this together. From an engagement piece, yes, the city did its engagement piece, but we also did an engagement piece. The city was invited and attended it, and we had plus of 140 residents of the area. We've engaged ourselves with Northeast Community Association, with the Northgate Walkers, and we also have a steering committee who has its tentacles out to a great segment of this city, all who are in support of where we are. The last piece of what I'd like to talk about is why 10 stories. The 10 stories came to be when we first approached the city staff and said, what can we do on this property? We own it. We need to move it. Regina Lutheran Home is currently sitting there, and we believe it's a part of the city. That's how 10 came to be, and that's how the 2 stories came to be. We then worked that through with the community. We worked it through the local residents. We worked it through the businesses that were in that area with no challenges to that. We need the 10 stories so we can actually service the group of populations that we're looking at. We need it from a staffing model. We need it to have that 12-unit, 24 community neighborhood to make sure our long-term care facility works. So it's different than anything you've seen before. It is now something that you would want your parent to be in, your loved one to be in, because it provides that resident or that elder-directed care, which is so important to us, integrated and involved in intergenerational care. I'll let my architects talk to you about a question that we had on the shadow effect, which was a little different than what your staff briefed you on.
Just so you know, you've got about 2 minutes left in your 5 minutes.
So just to address the shadow effect,
could you identify yourself too, please, for the record?
Let's say. Oh, sorry, my name. Chris Kaling with Pattison MGM Architectural Services.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Looking at the shadow effects, there was the question asked how many homes will be affected. And as was stated, shadows fluctuate throughout the year. But the most important shadow effect components are during the equinox period in March and September. So this takes into account the growing season. So if you look at the shadow study that looks at March 21st for 10 a.m., noon, and 3 p.m., at 10 a.m. there are 2 houses that are affected north of our site. At noon, there's 1 house that's affected north of our site, and just part of the apartment building, just the south-facing facade north of our site. And at 3 p.m., there are no houses affected by our site. The shadow runs across the landscape property there. So.
Good. Thank you. You have 1 minute left in your presentation.
So through you again, Mr. Mayor, the proposal we're putting forward to you is needed. It's needed in our city. It's needed for that vulnerable part of our population. It's needed in Northeast Regina right now. The only way to do it is to build up. If there was any other option, then we would be looking at that as we're going. But to provide the services that we need with the client group that we need, in the staffing models to make it efficient and affordable, we have to go up as opposed to go sideways.
Good.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Are there questions of the delegation? Councillor Flegel.
Thanks and welcome. I'm glad you came forward because I had missed the planning meeting. If this goes through, you're going to have building 1 finished when?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, depending on what happens with the election, I don't want to get into that in this forum. We could be in the ground starting in September of this year.
So then you'd finish when, though?
The plan is to be starting to occupy within 23 months of shovel in the ground.
So 2 years from September, if it all goes well. You have another building in the city right now.
Through Mr. Mayor, we have two other buildings, three actually. We have Regina Lutheran Home,
okay.
We have Broadway Terrace, and we have Milton Heights. Broadway Terrace being assisted living, and Milton Heights being supportive housing.
Would Broadway Terrace and Building 1 be similar?
Through Mr. Mayor, no. Because of the construct in the new design, we're using a greenhouse concept to design this building, which in fact means that our architects, our IPT group that have been working for the last 7 months on this are actually designing a building to serve the needs of the community.
Sorry, I misspoke. The 7, 8, and 9, and 10 floors are living, like people that are living there. That is like self-sufficient, like Broadway Terrace?
More like, through you, Mr. Mayor, more like Milton Heights,
okay.
Because it's the supportive housing
okay.
With the social activities that are required to support that group.
So will Building 2 have more residents like Broadway Terrace?
Through Mr. Mayor, no. Building 2 will be, for the most part, long-term care or special care homes, as is known in the Act.
Okay. So my suggestion would be put up a Building 3 to be like Broadway Terrace, because my understanding is it's full, and it's a great facility. So I'm supporting it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Other questions? Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. You mentioned 2 of the days with shadowing, but can you also mention how many houses are affected on December 21st at 10 a.m.?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I have not counted the number of houses affected by that, but one thing I would like to point out is that in December, even a house that's 1.5 stories tall will throw a shadow about 3 house lots.
So we've been asking some questions about whether you did consider the lower number of stories. There seems to be a lot of parking around it, which is a good thing, but have you considered doing the underground parking and spreading it out over that space?
My name is Leanne Croft. I'm with Site 360 Studio, one of the co-architects for the project. Yes, we absolutely did start with that as one of the options as we were working through the site planning. And the economics, as you know, of underground parking typically make them prohibitive in many developments. So the way that the buildings are positioned on the site is really to shelter the parking from the community, to create a plan where the buildings become the face of the street and the parking is concealed.
Okay, thank you for that. So feedback, through you, Mr. Mayor, feedback that I'm getting from the community, this community, is that they're so gigantic, and I'm using other people's words, not mine. It's like a battleship there, and they're worried about that. So can you respond to that, please?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I understand the concern on change. I understand the change of the face of where we are. We're going to change the face of Northeast Regina significantly by what we're doing. We're going to increase the population there. We're going to increase the face of the city. We're going to increase the employability within that area. We're going to change a lot of the activities, and we're going to grow with it, and we'll work with the community as we do that. It's needed. It's a part of the city that has a huge requirement for this now, and it continues to grow. Our people are currently using our hospital systems. They're not getting the continuity of care. They're not getting the continuity of care that they need. And the plan that we have will allow them to live with respect and dignity and have a life worth living, no matter what their age, whether they're a toddler or whether they're a senior, or as we would call them, elder.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Other speakers? Thank you very much for coming forward to provide more information. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. And I'll now call the vote on first reading. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that bylaws 2016-13, 2016-14, and 2016-18 be read a second time.
Any discussion? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor O'Donnell, that Council hereby consents to the bylaws 2016-13, 2016-14, and 2016-18 going to a third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move, seconded by Councillor Murray, that bylaws 2016-13, 2016-14, and 2016-18 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you, Councillor Bryce. So we'll move on to our next reports. Of course, we have tabled Delegation 17 and Report 20 from the Planning Commission. We'll move to delegations related to the Saskatchewan Multicultural Centre Association. Dr. Jim Luskin.
Your Worship, I'm declaring conflict. I'm a member of the community as a multicultural community, and I feel it's right for me to excuse myself.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Duly noted. Well, just a moment before we begin, Councillor Fundura collects himself and leaves. So if you could identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and maybe members of council have questions for you afterwards.
Your Worship, member of City Council, Administration, thank you for the opportunity to speak before you. My name is Dr. Jim Luskin, and I'm the current Vice President, as well as the immediate past President of the Saskatchewan Multicultural Centre Association, I'll call SMCA. The SMCA is a small nonprofit organization that is responsible for managing the cultural facility at 2144 Cornwall Street here in Regina on behalf of its resident members, the Saskatchewan Organization for Heritage Languages, also known as SOL, and the Multilingual Association of Regina, MLAR, and I'm also the president of that organization. All of these organizations are dedicated to preserving and promoting languages in Saskatchewan through various educational and cultural programs. SOL, MLAR, and the numerous heritage language schools that they support are providing important services and play a vital role in strengthening Regina's economy. Taking into consideration the recent influx of refugees and immigrants to our city, it is imperative to have resources that make newcomers feel welcome. The heritage language schools, SOL and MLAR, contribute to the retention of our immigrants in our city by helping people maintain their culture, identity, and traditions while simultaneously learning about the Canadian ways of life. Of course, the schools also provide services to all Canadians wishing to learn an additional language, whether to brush up on their mother tongue, for travel purposes, or to increase career opportunities. On November 13, 2015, the SMCA received its annual property tax assessment, and the assessed value of the building increased from $261,000 to $424,000 in 2016. Upon contacting the City of Regina, we were notified that the process has changed, and as a result, our property taxes would increase from just under $6,000 to approximately $10,000 per year. Unfortunately, as you found in the news, just a month after receiving the notification, one of SMCA's resident members, SOL, was notified by the provincial government that all funding for heritage language learning was being eliminated as of 2016-2017. This announcement resulted in a loss of $225,000 to the heritage language community and will have a devastating effect on SOL, MLAR, and consequently the SMCA. This $225,000 represents about 50% of SOL's funding and between 40 and 60% of MLAR's funding. Most importantly, this decision directly impacts over 80 community-based heritage language schools and the multicultural organizations throughout the province who make up the membership of SOL and MLAR. These organizations have relied upon the financial support for 25 years now, so the unexpected and shocking loss of the provincial government's grant will make it even more difficult for our organization to sustain the high property taxes at our 2144 Cornwall facility. The Saskatchewan Multicultural Centre Association has been home to SOL and MLAR since 1993, at which time this building was purchased with the assistance of the Government of Saskatchewan. At that time, the Government of Saskatchewan contributed about 80% of the purchase price. Now that the government has withdrawn its funding, support for heritage language entirely, the future of these organizations is uncertain. With our property taxes almost doubling in cost, our small organization will struggle to make ends meet. We are grateful for the City of Regina's Finance Committee for recommending a 3-year tax exemption for our organization. We can assure you that these funds will be put to very good use and that with this exemption, our facility will have a chance to survive during this very difficult period. We humbly hope that City Council will choose to uphold the Finance Committee's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Other questions of the delegation? Councilor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. I always appreciate someone coming before us who's prepared and articulate. Thank you. I want to ask a little bit about provincial funding and what you see in the next little while. So it came as a surprise. Do you have a plan for the next little while? I'll say in particular with whatever government comes forward and so on. Do you see this as being
Councilor
negotiable?
O'Donnell, just as a point of order, you know the report for us is for an exemption, not for provincial funding. One question, but I don't want to go further down there. That's not the point of what we're talking about tonight.
Your future finances.
One question.
Very difficult. As I mentioned, Seoul's lost approximately 50% of their funding, and Millar has lost between 40 and 60% of our funding. We're very small organizations, upholding or making do with a 100-year-old building, so that in itself with repairs, maintenance, has stretched our finances to the limits, and with a potential tax increase, that just cuts into our programming, so to speak.
Thank you. Can you give me an idea how many people are involved in your programming?
Seoul looks after approximately 3,000 children in the province of Saskatchewan. Millar looks after 1,500 children in the city of Regina.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor O'Donnell. Other questions? I have one question, and it relates to the newcomers that have come to Regina over the last several months. What impact has that had on your programming?
Your Worship, we're in process of trying to set up an Arabic school, and with one of our other partners, the Regina Public School Board, we're trying to find them space within one of the colleges. That's one of our mandates. With the loss of funding, our organization, Multilingual Association Regina, has one half-time employee who's responsible for doing all this. The rest of the organization is volunteer. So,
good. Thank you for that. If there's no other questions, you can return to the gallery. Thank you very much. And we'll move on to our next delegation, Mary Kalitzis. You come forward, identify yourself, who you represent. You as well have 5 minutes for your presentation, and members of council may have questions for you after.
Mayor Fouché, city councillors, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. My name is Mary Kalitzis, and I am a volunteer. I am the secretary of SMCA, and I have been in Regina for 28 years. 27 of those years I have worked with the Multilingual Association and with Seoul as a volunteer, side by side with hundreds of volunteers that believe that the retention of their language and culture is very, very important. I thank you for the opportunity to present our request for a 5-year tax exemption at 2144 Cornwall Street. Our mayor and many city councillors have attended our events and have a good understanding of who Seoul and Millar are and the many volunteers and the services that they offer our multicultural and multilingual residents. I myself am an immigrant. I was 5 when my family came from Greece to Winnipeg. Because I was young, I never experienced the difficulties that my parents and most immigrants face when moving to a new country, with a new language, customs, and a new way of life. I have worked as a volunteer with many immigrants most of my life, and they have shared many of their worries and fears regarding their new home. They want to find similarities between their own way of life and that of their fellow Canadians. They want to learn the way of life here, but they also want to keep their language and culture. Most of the immigrants become very successful Canadian citizens. I am a former heritage language student. When I was young, our multi-level Greek class was held in our church basement, taught by our priest. For immigrants, having a school where their language and culture can be maintained is of great importance. It allows them to have a successful settlement. There has been and continues to be a great influx of new immigrants to Regina and other cities and towns in Saskatchewan. One great benefit for the new immigrants so that they can feel at home is their language school. The teachers at the schools are often well-educated but not professional teachers. Millar and Soul step in by providing professional development opportunities and guidance for their schools. These heritage language programs are for immigrants, refugees, Aboriginals, and all Canadians. I hope that you understand the very, very important role that our many volunteers play in this endeavor. I really worry that sometimes people do not really understand what we do and the service that we provide with a tiny amount of money. With limited funds, they are great. There are great outcomes in the promotion and retention of language. In Regina, most schools are housed at Balfour and Campbell Collegiates. Prior to 1992, Millar held board meetings in homes of their committed volunteers until they were able to rent a small space. I was part of that beginning. The late Councillor Badham sat on SMCA's first board and helped us establish our home for Soul and Millar, 2144 Cornwall Street. The city understood the importance and the role that these organizations played in the lives of immigrant population. With a tax increase and the funding cuts, we do not know if we will be able to keep our home. Now, last year I did speak with Erica Frank from the city regarding the grants, because that was one thing that came up at the City Council, the Finance Committee, and she sent us information regarding that last June. We received it, we reviewed it. There is nothing for us. We do not fit into any of these categories.
Ms. Kalisis, you have 30 seconds.
My last sentence is that we hope that you will support the tax exemption for a 5-year tax exemption so that we can survive and continue to do what we do for the immigrants. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. There may be questions of members of council. Questions? You made yourself perfectly clear.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last delegation is Bob Friedrich. Mr. Friedrich, if you could identify yourself, who you represent, you as well have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Sure. My name is Bob Friedrich. I'm the Vice President of the Multilingual Association. I am not a new immigrant to Canada. My grandfather was, and I'm a third-generation person living here. My interest in being part of Millar was I was a program officer and program manager in the multiculturalism program with the federal government. And as I looked around the community and supported language communities, I saw that the Multilingual Association and the Saskatchewan Organization of Heritage Languages were two of the strongest community organizations going in the province and city-wise that supported new immigrants in their settlement here. And our studies at the department indicated where there is a thriving, supportive environment, crime goes down, families do well, people stay on, and there's economic development. So really I'm here to ask that you would support this motion. We've had a few big hits from the government, from other levels of government. We don't quite understand what the thinking is, but we think that we've got a good thing going. We need to regroup a little bit, and we need a little bit of time to figure that out. And this motion would really help us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Questions? Oh, you made yourself very clear as well. Thank you very much. And we'll now look at the report, CR 16-21 from Finance Administration, the property tax exemption for the Saskatchewan Multicultural Centre Association.
Thanks, Your Worship. I'm happy to rise and bring forward CR 1621. That would be the property tax exemption. Recommendations coming from Finance Administration Committee from the March 8th meeting were 3 parts. Number 1, that the Saskatchewan Multicultural Centre Association, or SMCA, be provided with a 3-year tax exemption for the property at 2144 Cornwall. Number 2, the administration be directed to bring back a policy outlining how to effectively proceed with tax exemption requests from nonprofit organizations, including any criteria that can be used. And 3, that the city solicitor be instructed to bring forward the necessary bylaw and the agreement to provide that property tax exemption for 2144.
I have Councillor Hawkins seconding that motion.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hawkins. Yeah, Your Worship, it was there was a lot of discussion back and forth, and this organization has found itself at the receiving end of a big cut in the funding that was available to provide the necessary services that are provided to, obviously, those new immigrants, those new Canadians, those folks who are choosing to come to Canada and maybe don't have adequate language skills at this point. They need that help. They need that outreach. And unfortunately, due to whatever reasons, much of their funding has been cut. So this is a small stopgap measure. It isn't the solution. This isn't going to fix all the problems. At the end of the day, this does give them a short time, a very small window, to regroup, take a look at their structure, how they're operating, what they can do to be able to come up with adequate funding. And frankly, I don't have the answer for them. But what I do know is that this is a small piece for us to be able to assist them. Your Worship, that's some of the discussion we had around the table, and I'll leave my comments to that at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Other speakers? Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think that this is the kind of motion, a rare kind of motion, that defines who we are as a city. This motion says that we're prepared to reach out a welcoming and a helping hand to the record numbers of new immigrants that we are now seeing come into our city. And I think that this kind of help will ensure that they integrate into our community, that they fall in love with our community, and that they help build our community for generations to come. I also think it defines our city in the following way. We are standing up with the generous volunteers, 3 people who spoke eloquently tonight, and the many people behind them who've worked over the years to make sure that this service for immigrant languages is offered. So I'm proud as a citizen of Regina to say we're prepared to help the immigrants, we're prepared to help the volunteers helping the immigrants, and I strongly support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions first, and then I'll make some comments. So I noticed that the original motion was for 5 years. So how did it get down to 3 years? Why was it chosen to go down to
Mr. Barr?
3?
Through your worship, the original request from the organization was for a 5-year exemption. Based on the policy that Council has provided so far of not providing exemptions for nonprofit organizations and directing them to the community services, the recommendation was actually to deny. And at the committee level, it was a motion was put forward to move it to 3 years.
Thank you for that background. So I too am an immigrant to Regina. Back when I was 8 or 9 years old, I was lucky enough to come from a country that spoke English. So I didn't have to go through a lot of the struggles, although there are still lots of different cultural things that happen when you come to a new place. As I said, I was lucky enough to understand English and speak English. So I didn't have to go through those struggles. Here we've got a group of strong volunteers that not only volunteer here, they also, and I know this from personal experience, volunteer at the Regina Public Library, helping new immigrants across the city and across the province either learn English or keep their home language. So those are great attributes to have for people in our community, and however we can support that, I think, is our duty to do that. So I totally support this. Thank
you, Councillor Bryce. Other speakers to the report? I'll call a question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So we'll move on to our next series of delegations. Mr. Chad Novak, please come forward. You have 5 minutes for your presentation. If you identify who you represent, Council may have questions of you afterwards.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As I mentioned before, my name is Chad Novak, and I am here representing the Saskatchewan Taxpayers Advocacy Group, which is a grassroots organization proudly standing up for the rights of individual taxpayers. The first item that I would like to address this evening is regards to the 2016 property tax exemptions for properties that were included in the approved November 2013 boundary alterations. Now, a common theme you're going to hear from me this evening in my next 3 delegations is the concept of providing fair and equitable treatment of all taxpayers of Regina. Now, to that extent, I feel strongly that the overall concept of tax exemptions for properties brought into the city boundaries is fair to an extent, as it can be quite a jump in property taxes going from the RM to a city the size of Regina. Now, with that said, the question becomes just how much is fair, for how long, and, most importantly, should it make a difference if the property owner did not want to be annexed versus those that had explicitly requested to be annexed? Based on my research, the general consensus is that the exemption amount and the time contained within this framework is more than fair, where the amount and length of exemption is dependent upon the anticipated timeline of when the affected lands may be used for city purposes rather than RM purposes. However, there is serious concern amongst taxpayers regarding property owners that specifically requested to be annexed versus those that were annexed against their wishes, as well as differentiating between commercial and residential property owners. Also, and we can't stress this enough, the ability to pay should be a major factor. And like his policy for other city services, it is felt that any affected property owners should certainly have to demonstrate that the additional property taxes will cause unreasonable financial hardship as a result of the annexation. And in fact, this very clause was included within this policy, as you will see in Appendix A. We would be remiss not to mention, we would be remiss to not mention the fact that according to real estate experts, the mere act of annexation immediately increases the affected property's value because of the fact that they are now within city jurisdiction and have access to city services. Now, keeping this in mind, it is a fact that a major property owner east of Tower Road very quickly flipped some of their affected lands, to the province for the Regina bypass and to the city for the Pacers Ballpark relocation for upwards of 10 times the value that they were immediately prior to annexation. This was with absolutely no improvement, physical improvement, by that property owner. Further on the concept of unreasonable financial hardship, it seems only reasonable that a homeowner who has lived in an RM for decades should be considered more so for relief from the additional property taxes versus, say, a giant multi-million-dollar corporation who explicitly requested to be annexed into the city for undisclosed reasons, who ought to have anticipated and budgeted for the additional property taxes. Any reasonable person would argue that they most certainly have the ability to afford the higher taxes, even before taking into account the financial benefits that they realized because of the annexation. As you can see in Appendix B, one of these companies, publicly traded AGT Foods on East Primrose Drive, which is amongst a group of companies associated with Alliance Pulse Processors, Long Lake Investment, and I'll axe that last one on there because I don't think that is actually related to those companies, is set to receive over $80,000 in property taxes exemptions this year alone. Now, we factored that over the anticipated 15-year lifespan of this exemption, barring any other further extensions. That translates to over $1.2 million in lost property tax revenue to the city of Regina, and in turn to its residents. Now, for a company with annual revenues nearing $2 billion.
Mr. Novak, you have 1 minute left.
Thank you, sir. According to, as outlined in Appendix C, I would hardly consider them to have realized any unreasonable financial hardship due to an annexation. It is also very important to note that the aforementioned properties were never previously included in any long-term 25-year official community plans prior to 2013. And the question that a reasonable person then would have to ask, why then were these lands annexed into the city, and why did we not stick to the 25-year plans as previously designed up to 2011? Thank you for your time this evening, and I will gladly answer any questions that you may have for me.
Thank you, Mr. Novak. Question of the delegation? Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, thanks for your presentations here tonight. So a lot of information there, and I appreciate you taking the time to do some digging here. I think at the heart of it is that we should take someone's ability to pay into consideration. Is that sort of the main point here?
I think that's a key factor because that's what we consistently do with other policies in terms of, say, for example, freedom of information requests. We ask for a person's ability to pay that. Will it cause unreasonable financial hardship? It's even outlined here specifically in this property tax exemption. Will it cause undue financial hardship? So I don't think it's unreasonable to ask each affected property owner, especially the ones that ask to be annexed, can you afford the difference? Maybe we can negotiate a better thing, because we have to remember that every dollar that they get exempted, you and I have to make up for.
Sure. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Other questions of the delegation? There are none. You can return to the gallery, Mr. Novak, and we'll now look at report 22, which is tax exemption for the boundary alteration 2016. Councillor Murray.
I rise to bring forward CR 1622, and this would be those boundary alterations. So we've got recommendations coming from the March 8th meeting. Number one, that the property tax exemptions being outlined in this report be approved. Number two, that the city solicitor be instructed to bring forward the necessary bylaw to provide for the property tax exemptions that are listed in Appendixes A, B, and C. Your Worship, that would be our recommendations coming from committee.
Can I have a seconder for that report, please? Okay. Councillor Hawkins. Speakers to the report. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Can I ask the administration first, is this consistent with what was on the floor of council in terms of a proposal when we looked at the annexation process with the RM of Sherwood?
Mr. Barr.
Through your worship, it is.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm that, so I'm going to step back for a second. One, you will recall that we sat for a long time with negotiations with the RM of Sherwood looking for long-term growth for our city and some assurance as to where lands could be, and that this was a long process. And part of the process was there was some give and take. And so at the time that we finally agreed on where the lands would be, we also said, here's a plan, no matter who you are, no matter where you are within those boundaries, as to how we're going to bring a tax assessment forward for you. And if you recall, we had some people, delegations come looking for that assurance. One. Two, a couple of people asking questions. Three, sent our staff out to deal with the folks so that they would understand the process and so on. And we are here now today, consistent over all these years, bringing this forward. I support what's on the floor.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other speakers to this? Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few quick questions. I'm wondering if someone from administration, first off, this is a very thorough report. Thanks. I think it explains the background and the decision before us very clearly. But I'm wondering, for the benefit of the people in the audience and watching on TV, if someone from administration could give a Reader's Digest overview of the annexation process, how tax loss compensation to the RM works, and how the phase-in, what the phase-in means exactly. Thanks.
Mr. Barr.
Through your worship, basically the annexation process is under provincial legislation. There's a process to go through. It involves an application to the municipal board where the municipalities can either agree or disagree. In this case, both municipalities, the city and the RM of Sherwood, passed bylaws at the same time that were in favor. And in terms of the mitigation, one of the principles that we put in place for this was that although these properties were annexed into the city immediately, the levels of service they're getting are the same as they were in the RM. And so the tax mitigation was to reflect the fact that they aren't getting full services right away, although technically they would be liable for full taxes. So the tax mitigation was calculated in a way to reflect generally the level of services these properties are receiving.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Would you say that this is normal practice for municipalities across Canada? This obviously happens. It's not, annexation isn't unique to Regina.
Mr. Barr?
Through your worship, in fact, we've done this previously with previous annexations as well, so it's common across Canada, and as well, we've done it in the city here before.
Okay, and one final question. What happens if a piece of land is developed during the phase-in?
Mr. Barr?
Through your worship, the tax exemption ends if there is a development or subdivision of the lands.
Okay, thanks for that. I appreciate Mr. Novak's sentiment about ability to pay, although ultimately, we're talking about property tax, and the property tax mechanism doesn't take that into account, obviously, for anyone's property. I think this was a deal that took a long time for administration to put together, was agreed upon by council and public, and I support the motion before us. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Other speakers to the report? Councillor Burnett.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a point, in terms of when lands are annexed, we've been talking about the taxation side, which is tied to the value of the property. There is a mention here that one of the companies was able in the market to sell their land 10 times the price of what it was at RM prices. Do we have an estimate of how much the land value increases once a piece of property is brought into the city from the RM, or is that something that has to be, assessments have to be done once a sale is made?
Mr. Barr?
Through your worship, each reassessment every 4 years, the sale prices would be reviewed and reflected, and so the assessments would be updated to reflect that. Our experience has been that location, the changes vary by location, and we're seeing differences in those by different areas of the city.
It's probably fair to say there'd be a substantial increase in value of the property on the east side now that it's being brought in.
Mr. Barr?
Through your worship, that's correct. As the properties are now available for servicing, although it's way out in the future, it still impacts the current value, as the future value of the land would have some developable benefits to it.
Have you heard from many landowners with strong objections to being annexed in, or are they, in terms of numbers of people that are concerned?
Mr. Barr?
Through your worship, once there was, during the public consultation, there was a number of property owners that came forward, and we did adjust the boundaries to reflect a lot of the concerns that were raised. And since we've implemented the tax mitigation, we haven't heard any further issues from property owners.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Burnett. Other speakers to the report? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Next delegation is D16-22. Mr. Novak, once again. Same rules apply. 5 minutes for your presentation. There may be questions afterwards.
Once again, my name is Chad Novak, and I'm here representing the Saskatchewan Taxpayers Advocacy Group, which is a grassroots organization proudly standing up for the rights of individual taxpayers. Now, I am here to, again, to address the 2016 annual property tax exemptions. As I said before, a common theme you're going to hear from me this evening is the concept of providing fair and equitable treatment of all taxpayers in Regina. To that extent, I feel strongly that the entire listing of annual property tax exemptions, and more specifically the policy behind it, needs to have a thorough review and a complete overhaul. A quick review of the list of properties subject to exemption will show you what I mean. There are some sporting organizations receiving tax exemptions where others are not. There are some cultural organizations on the list where others are not. And there are some nonprofit organizations on the list where others are not. Now, to me, this suggests one of two things. Either the treatment of all applicable groups is not being applied fairly, or, more likely, not all organizations that may be eligible for a tax exemption are aware that they could apply and be granted an exemption. Tonight, we've seen a prime example of this with the Saskatchewan Multicultural Centre Association. Their worthwhile cultural organization has paid property taxes for decades, and now, only when they are in financial dire straits, they have applied for an exemption. At first, administration recommended denial, but thankfully the Finance and Administration Committee not only saw this as a fair request, but also recommended approval of the exemption request for at least 3 years. With regards to their specific situation, I would personally like to see the City of Regina provide a rebate to their organization for the property taxes that they've paid since they acquired the property 25 years as a goodwill gesture, and I am confident that this would be a welcome financial boost to their group and by the taxpayers of Regina, since they unfortunately lost a significant portion of their annual funding because of a short-sighted action by our provincial government. We desperately need a complete overhaul of our policies for property tax exemptions, so there isn't any further confusion by any community groups as to their qualification for such exemptions. Most importantly, we need to implement a clear policy on charitable and nonprofit organizations, since one does not currently exist, as outlined in Appendix A. Now, further to this, we also need to implement an ability to pay clause into these exemptions, because as we've seen in recent years, there are organizations receiving continued property tax exemptions simply because that's the way we've done it in the past, even though their financial circumstances could have changed significantly from when they first applied for their exemption. One glaring recent example was the Saskatchewan Roughriders, who in the 1990s, we were all aware, most certainly needed a hand up from anywhere they could get it. However, in recent years, their financial situation had significantly improved, which called this exemption into question, and rightfully it was then removed. The same can be said for other organizations like the Cornwall Centre for their Parkade or the Regina Airport Authority. What I find interesting about the Regina Airport Authority is, at least based on the current formula that I can see in Appendix B there, when it comes time to determine what their property tax exemption is, it would appear that The more financially successful they are, the higher their property tax exemption actually is. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. Now, this seems almost counterintuitive, at least on an ability to pay premise. And on the concept of fair and equitable treatment for all community groups, I can't help but question the exemption for the Regina Trades and Skills Center. Granted, they provide assistance for certain trades, similar to how Sask Polytechnic might, but I don't think that they are an accredited educational institution. Not to take anything away from their ability to help the construction industry, but they are nothing more than a glorified training room at a construction company, as shown by their Who We Are section of their website, as I outlined in the Appendix C. Now, their organization is quite similar, in fact, to the...
You have 1 minute.
Thank you. The Saskatchewan Indian Institute of Technology Career Center, which operates just down the street from the RTSC. As far as I've found through my research, they do not receive any sort of tax exemption. My question for you then is, why is this, and what can we do to level the playing field for all groups? Finally, this evening, in a situation that appears to have attempted to level the playing field for a particular group, let's take a look at the Caledonian Curling Club's tax exemption. I note that the original reason they were granted a property tax exemption, as shown in Appendix D, was actually to pay for a 99-year lease that the City of Regina entered with them in exchange for the use of their facility as a clubhouse for the Craig Golf Course, which is no longer in operation, and the future of which is subject to review by your organization. That said, I can't help but wonder, why then are they still getting the tax exemption? I'll skip. Thank you for your time this evening, and I will gladly answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Novak, for your presentation. Any questions? There are none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Return to the gallery, and we'll look at the next report on tax exemptions. Councillor Murray.
Thanks, Your Worship. I rise to bring forward CR 1623. This would be the annual property tax exemptions for 2016. There's two parts to the recommendations coming from the March 8th meeting. That City Council approve the property tax exemptions outlined in Appendix A, and that the City Solicitor be instructed to bring forward the necessary bylaw to provide for the property tax exemptions listed in Appendix A. Can I have a seconder, Your Worship?
Seconder for that, please. Councillor Flegel.
Oh, thanks, Jerry. Thanks, Councillor Flegel. Your Worship, there was a lot of discussion back and forth, and of course, property tax exemptions are always a challenge for us because some of them do come across back and forth to us on a regular basis annually. Other ones come for us one at a time. There is need for us to be able to come up with a cohesive plan and a project that will allow us to do that. At the end of the day, it's going to take some time. It's not something that we can just rush into very quickly, but I know that our administration is working hard to come up with a better plan for us to be able to do that. I know there's some discussion, and I know Councillor Hawkins was really keen on finding a way that we could do that as well. So, Your Worship, I'll leave my comments to that as we stand for. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Murray. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just further to the remarks that Councillor Murray has just made, I draw to Council's attention in CR 1621, which we just passed, recommendation number 2 said the following: the administration be directed to bring back a policy outlining how to effectively proceed with tax exemption requests from nonprofit organizations, including any criteria that can be used. I think that adequately addresses the point made by the delegation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Point well taken. Other speakers? Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Yeah, a couple of thoughts to share. As Councillor Hawkins just mentioned, I think the motion from earlier tonight that Councillor Hawkins brought forward, I think, is what ultimately needs to happen, a review of this process. A few thoughts on what, going forward, once we have that review back, that I think should apply to property tax exemptions. I think they should always be temporary. I think there should be some discretion involved for City Council as elected people. The one that we passed earlier tonight, and any one that's been come before council that's been passed during my time on council, I feel like it's always been special circumstances. It's not just that an organization does good work. That's a good enough excuse, because there's literally thousands of properties in Regina that contain organizations, both for-profit and non-profit, that are doing good work. And finally, the airport authority, I think we really need to review. Ultimately, property taxes for businesses get passed on to consumers who support those businesses. Charging property tax for the airport authority would translate probably to a few cents per person that comes and goes into the Regina airport. Right now, for instance, the airport doesn't receive city bus service. So by virtue of not having bus service, people that would otherwise take the bus are forced to pay several extra dollars for a taxi ride. on top of their regular plane ticket. So, I think ultimately charging the airport authority taxes and providing more level service like transit that the rest of the city receives would actually, I think, translate to cost savings to the end users of the airport. So that's something we need to look at when this review comes back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Other speakers to the report? Councillor O'Donnell.
Thank you very much. I actually have a question for the committee, not for administration. When the previous motion did come forward, there was no date attached to it. Was there discussion on the date, and if so, was there a suggested time frame for that review?
Councillor Hawkins, I believe that was your motion, but you also chaired the meeting as well, I believe.
Your Worship, I remember there was a discussion, but I can't remember what the outcome was. Perhaps administration took a note of it.
Mr. Barr?
Through your Worship, the time frame I talked about was the fourth quarter of 2018 to give us time to get through the upcoming reassessment and also to allow time to research best practices.
Thank you for that.
If I could just follow up with Mr. Barr, what year is the next reassessment, please?
Mr. Barr?
Through your Worship, it's for 2017.
So I think that makes perfect sense, and I thank you for that. Secondly, I want to just echo some of the comments here. I think it's time that we spent some time on this, and while I appreciate the airport and so on, I think those are all good. But I think when this comes back, this is going to be one of those issues that we probably grapple with the hardest. We all understand about nonprofits, and what was before us today was these are our new citizens, and so we get that. But I think at some point in time we have to weigh everybody's paying property taxes and who's not. And I'm going to say it one more time, and what's being downloaded on us from other orders of government. I look forward to that discussion.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Burnett.
Thank you. I agree, too, that I think the report is very valuable, but I think part of the discussion is concerned is whether the property tax itself is the appropriate policy tool that we should be using to deal with nonprofits. I know we've been trying to set up an appropriate community development fund, but again, we've heard from some of the delegations that it might not catch all, so we get ourselves caught in this situation because I like the concept of all pieces of land being treated the same, fair and equitable. What's on top of the land is what's kind of causing us some grief, and maybe property tax system may not be the appropriate policy tool. So I'm hoping when administration is looking at best practices, they may look at other options beyond using the tax system, because it does make it more difficult and complex, because we had a very credible group here tonight that needed support and help, and I don't think we had another alternative, but that's not the best justification on how we defend ourselves against other nonprofits coming in. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burnett. Other speakers to the report? Councillor Bryce, could you take my seat for a moment, please?
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I'm very pleased that the committee brought this recommendation forward, and I support it. Actually, I voted for it already. I want to say a couple things that I think are important. Previous councils have already asked for some help in getting a policy framework to say yes and no, if I can put it that way. So this is not going to be easy. And I say this because for the administration, where do you begin? I'm not being cynical here. I'm just saying it's going to be some tough questions this council is going to have to look at, or the next council is going to have to look at. And that's a good thing. Who's in, who's out? Who's in need, who isn't in need? It's very hard to say no. Very easy to say yes. And you look at the list of exemptions that we have here, historical, somewhat arbitrary one-offs, if you will, some based on some principles, some based on legislation from the province of exemption that we simply carried forward. These are all part and parcel of important issues to look at. So when we get this report back in 2018, this will not be easy. We have many more asks than we have tools available. We have an 18th century tax system for a 21st century demand for growth in an urban economy here. It is not going to be easy. And I welcome the debate. But let's be clear, it will be a difficult time to go through. The administration of previous reports came back, and council decided we're going to leave it the way it is. So I thank the administration for the work being done on this one. I hope it contains some comparative analysis of other cities. What do they do? What are the principles behind what they do? Not that we have to accept them, but it's good to know what's been done already. An issue of sunset. Do these organizations need these for more than 5 or 10 years? What is the purpose of the exemption? Is it to provide service to the public, or is it to provide a profitability for another organization? Those are important elements to look at. I'm not saying that's everything. That's certainly things that come to my mind as I look at this. I welcome this coming forward because as the stewards of someone else's money, not ours, the taxpayers' money, we have an obligation to make sure that we get it right as best that we can. Looking forward to that report, no question, Madam Chair, when we come back in 2018. But I hope that the report will give us some meat to chew on, whether they're controversial, whether they're off the wall, or whether they're used consistently around the country. Let's hear what those points are. And, of course, members of council themselves will have things to say as well. So look forward to the discussion. Thank you. No other speakers on the report. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Delegation 23, Mr. Novak, once again. And you have 5 minutes for your presentation, maybe questions of member of council afterwards.
Good evening once again. My name is Chad Novak, and I'm here representing the Saskatchewan Taxpayers Advocacy Group, which is a grassroots organization proudly standing up for the rights of individual taxpayers. I am here to address the Regina property tax exemption review. Once again, I am working hard to ensure that the city provides fair and equitable treatment of all taxpayers in Regina. And to that extent, I must say that I am very pleased to see this report not only being initiated by City Council, but also being reviewed in detail by your administration and brought back for a full public review. With that said, I think we need to take it to the next step and develop a consistent policy to ensure that there are minimal questions and confusion behind what groups can qualify and how they can become aware of their ability to apply. Now, if I am reading this correctly, according to this report, there are a total of approximately $6.5 million in property tax exemptions from 2015 alone, with $3.7 million of that being the city's share. Now, is this accurate? The question that taxpayers want answered is this a reasonable amount? Now, to answer that, there are many variables that would need to be looked at, but to me, the more important question to ask is, how much of this is truly necessary, as every single dollar that we exempt, we must make up elsewhere, which is often in the form of additional property taxes to residents who are already being taxed to death, who feel they are. Now, when I look at this report, the one item that really jumps out at me is the $2.8 million for the housing incentive policy in 2015, spread across 569 accounts. Now, while I applaud you for taking the steps to encourage rental housing development, this number is just outrageous, and unfortunately, many of these properties are not tied to what we would traditionally call affordable housing. I know it is your hope that increasing the supply through supply and demand will cause the market to adjust accordingly, but handing out millions of dollars in tax incentives to an industry that is hardly just scraping by, to me, is just a slap in the face to the individual property owners in our great city that desperately need truly affordable housing in our community. There are so many people that could barely scrape enough together to put food on their table, let alone pay their property taxes or rents. I am sure that many residents of Regina would love to have had that $2.8 million put towards even a fraction of their annual property taxes being exempted, which to me would have been a far more reaching impact on our cost of living and housing supply than anything else. It is also very important to note that the original intent of the housing incentives policy, seen in Appendix A, is actually very commendable, which talks about encouraging development within existing communities. What it appears has happened, though, by the reviewing of the list of affected properties, is that, well, now this is now expanded into any development anywhere in the city, as you can see in Appendix B. This goes against the original intent of this policy altogether, as it simply doesn't do anything to encourage infill development or reduce urban sprawl. Further into this report, there is a specific property tax exemption that the Economic Development Regina, Inc. is now apparently in charge of, and that's for economic development incentives. Now, I understand that the authority for the sick tax exemption has been delegated to them, but do you have a current copy of the criteria required to be met in order to get this exemption? The reason I ask is that it seems rather subjective, and given that there is only one account taking advantage of this incentive, I have to wonder why more aren't being granted and what justifications are being used. I recall there being some sort of complex matrix the last time I reviewed this issue, but I'm wondering if that's still being used. I thank you for your time this evening, and I will gladly answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Novak, for your presentation. Questions from members of council? There are none. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we have a finance administration report as an information item. If I could have a motion for that, please. Councilor Murray, your timing is perfect.
Is my timing good? Sorry.
Your timing is right on. This is IR 16-3.
Time to slip out and grab my tea and warm it up, but I did, I guess. So here I am. So thank you very much. Our IR 16-3, the property tax exemptions, the recommendations within the report that this report be received and filed, Your Worship. Those would be the recommendation coming from.
Seconder for the report, please. Okay. Councillor Hawkins. Discussion on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We'll go to bylaws. Councillor Bryce, if we could do the first two together, and then we'll do the other one second, so that we have the Councillor Lee who's in conflict. Okay.
Okay. I move, seconded by Councillor Fraser, that bylaws 2016-15 and 16 be introduced and read first time.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Flagel, that bylaws 2016-15 and 16 be read a second time.
Questions? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Fundura, that Council hereby consents to bylaws 2016-15 and 2016-16 going to a third reading at this time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move, seconded by Councillor Burnett, that bylaws 2016-15 and 16 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Verdura leaves the room on the conflict.
Thank you.
Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor Fraser, that bylaw 2016-17 be introduced and read a first time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Flagel, that bylaw 2016-17 be read a second time.
Any questions on that? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Burnett, that Council hereby consents to bylaw 2016-17 going to a third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move, seconded by Councillor Murray, that bylaw 2016-17 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. So if I may make a couple of, before we move on to the next portion of our agenda, that we take a break for, we'll say, 10 minutes. And when we do that, we have a fairly unique circumstance where we have delegations on a motion. And I would ask that members of council agree to move the motion, delegations of motions on the Truth and Reconciliation Commission to come right after the off-leash dog park motion. If that's okay? A motion to adopt that? Seconder, please. Mr. Fraser, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I'll move a 10-minute.
Back in 10 minutes.
10-minute
Thank you very much, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting back to order if I could, please. We have quorum, so let's move forward with our next report. Thank you very much, everyone. Good till those get to their seats, and I'll call for our first delegation on the committee from Community Protective Services Committee. So just so we know that members in the gallery, we are now going to be reconvening. If you could please take your seats so we could begin the next phase of our agenda. And we are going to be dealing with the off-leash dog park report. We have one delegation. This is from Lynn Sheldon. If you could come forward and tell us who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and then maybe questions afterwards.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Lynn Sheldon, and these are my friends and fellow dog lovers, Jana Holtz to my left and Mary-Ev Dugay to my right. The reason for our presentation is not to be here in any official or expert capacity. We want to talk a little bit about the benefits of having a dog park, in particular in a city, for city-dwelling animals and people, and the benefits of having more than one dog park. Jana was instrumental in the creation of Weyburn's first and only, I believe, dog park, so I'm going to defer to her expertise right now.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Jana Holtz, and I don't profess to be an expert on dog parks by any means, but I am a resident of Regina, a user of the dog park here, and I was one of the co-founders of the Weyburn Community Dog Park, as Lynn said. At that time, prior to the creation of the park, I did do some research on the benefits dog parks bring to communities as a whole, not just to dog owners, and I appreciate the opportunity to share some of those with you today. Dog parks provide the opportunity for dogs to become well socialized with each other and a variety of people, which contributes to their positive citizenship outside of the park. Off-leash exercise provides dogs with an excellent form of exercise that on-leash time cannot, further promoting good behavior in our city's dogs outside the park. A well-exercised dog is much more likely to be a well-behaved dog with fewer negative interactions. It encourages new dog owners to learn from others about responsible dog ownership, such as controlling their dog's behavior, picking up their dog's waste, etc., therefore promoting responsible dog ownership. Dog parks are a green space that promote time outdoors and exercise for residents of the city. They allow disabled, elderly, and less mobile city residents an opportunity to socialize with other dog owners while more easily exercising their dog. When designated off-leash areas are available, it can reduce the number of people using less appropriate areas for off-leash play for their dogs, such as schoolyards and baseball diamonds. Many people now travel with their pets, and dog parks are an attractive amenity to visitors to Regina. And dog parks promote a sense of community and friendship among the city's dog lovers and become a healthy social gathering place. Regina is a fast-growing city, and it's no longer a quick drive from one end of the city to the other. Adding more parks increases accessibility for residents who live in other parts of the city to utilize the parks. Having multiple dog parks would also decrease the burden upon our existing park by spreading out the city's dog population among multiple spots. This is also helpful for dogs and owners that are new to the dog park to be able to acclimate to the dog park without being overwhelmed by too many park users. Small dogs can have some space of their own, and shy dogs cannot be crowded, therefore lessening some anxiety and possible disagreements among dogs. Regina's off-leash dog park is very well used and very well loved by the city residents. We feel that adding more dog parks would fit well with Regina's position as a growing and progressive city. We greatly appreciate you letting us speak to you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now you still have about a minute and a half left in time. Any other comments you want to make?
Anything that
you don't have to.
I
just make the offer.
Pardon?
We just make the offer for you,
okay.
But you don't have to use it.
I think that's about it. Also, I guess adding more dog parks would put us more on par with other cities of a similar size, such as Saskatoon. Saskatoon currently has, I believe, 8 dog parks, 6 of them fenced and 2 unfenced, and they've announced that they're going to develop a 9th one in the Brighton neighborhood. So, yeah, just a city that's kind of comparable to us, and yeah, we feel that it would bring a lot of benefit to us. And just to give a personal example, I used to live in the Rosemont area, about 5 minutes drive from the dog park, which is great. And I recently moved to the east end of the city, and depending on what time of the day I'm driving there, it's now about a 20-ish minute drive, which isn't a insurmountable problem by any means, but it would certainly be nice to have one a little closer to home, and I'm sure a lot of people of Regina probably feel the same way, that it would be nice to have one a little closer to their area. So,
good.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm sure there'll be questions from members of
Sure.
the council. Thank you very much for that. Councillor O'Donnell, you're up first.
Thanks very much. Welcome, ladies.
Thank you.
You may not be experts, but you have summarized very well all of the comments that I've heard from the community.
Thank you.
I'm going to make a comment that I'd like you to kind of respond to. It seems to me that dogs have a particular status in society right now that maybe back when I was very young, they didn't have that same status. In other words, dogs are very important to the family component. Can I get you to comment on that, please?
Yes, I would definitely agree with that. I think that in recent years, dogs have sort of elevated in society as far as that goes. It's no longer the dog in the backyard with the dog house that just gets fed and maybe walked once a day. They're definitely, for a lot of people, an integral part of the family, like another family member. So, and playing and walking with the dog is very much a family activity for a lot of people. We see all of us spend a lot of time at the dog park. We see a lot of families there with their dogs. People are definitely a lot more involved with their dogs, I would say, than they used to be.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
I liked your comment in particular about people who may be disabled going to the park. And so I've seen that as well in Vancouver as an example. Did you find that in Weyburn by chance, that opened the door for them?
We did, yes. It was actually something that we had discussed beforehand as part of our proposal to the City Council of Weyburn of how it would help with that. And we did see, nothing formally or anything, but just I did see myself, like some older people that would go there with their dogs that would maybe, dogs are a little more rambunctious, it would be a little more difficult for them to walk on a leash. So that's a nice side benefit as well. It provides a place that they can more safely and easily exercise their dogs. And also for people that have any sort of isolation issue, it provides another sort of social avenue for them to interact with people. Because it is the Regina one here, it's not just a place where people go and individually walk their dogs. There's very much a sense of community. People meet, they walk. Personally, I've met I moved to Regina not knowing anyone. Yes, I moved to Regina not knowing anyone, and now about half of my friends are people that I've met through going to the dog park. So it's very much a social place as well, and I think it's got a lot of benefits as far as fostering a sense of community.
I was actually going to ask you about that, so I appreciate you saying that. One of the comments that we would hear often, our staff would hear often, is that people do not pick up after their dog. Do you find that in a confined area where other dog people are there, that is improved, or that there is part of the process to improve that?
I feel like some improvement needs to be made, but I do feel that is an issue that would exist whether there's an off-leash area or not. I noticed on the pathways that I walk in the city, I noticed that a lot. As a responsible dog owner, it bothers me greatly. And I think in places like off-leash parks, while there are definitely people that don't pick up their waste, there is the element of peer pressure there and a little bit of education there. Most of us that go, we bring extra bags along. And if we see someone not picking up their dog's waste in the park, we very politely will say, like, oh, here, did you need a bag? I have an extra bag. And so, yeah, and so I feel that there's that kind of element of peer pressure and leading by example that could help that. As far as in just a regular city park, you don't necessarily have people there that are going to be doing that. So there's kind of some self-policing as far as that goes.
Perfect. Last question I have for you is, you know that before us is about fenced areas versus unfenced. Do you have any thoughts to share on that notion, please?
did either of you want to say anything? I've been taking over. Do either of you want to speak? I think that the fenced areas definitely have an advantage because of course, the safety for the dogs themselves and less possibility for interactions with traffic or anything like that. However, I think an unfenced area is better than no designated area. There are a lot of people that will go to unfenced areas already that aren't designated dog areas. So there are a lot of people that would still use those, like people that have well-trained dogs that they can trust and that they can keep. So I think fenced is ideal, but I think that residents would be very happy with unfenced as well.
Thanks for your thoughts.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other questions of the delegation? Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. Have any of you used the rinks in the summertime that we've designated for off-leash areas so that people do have places close so that they can run their dog if needed?
I have. When I lived in Rosemont, there was one really close to where I lived, and so I would use that just because it was a nice place to take my dog out in the mornings and everything. But I did find that it didn't have the same, just due to the size of it, it didn't have the same benefits. My dog wouldn't. It wasn't big enough for my dog to be interested in enough, and as far as running back and forth and that sort of thing. And there weren't as many. There usually weren't other people there. It wasn't as interesting for her to explore and smell. So it was still nicer than not having anything at all, but I didn't feel that it was maybe quite big enough for what my dog's needs would be.
Right, but would you say, through you, Mr. Mayor, it's a good use of that surrounding a rink that people do have an option if you need somewhere quick to take your dog to go for a quick run before you go to work or whatever?
Right, yeah, I certainly used it for that purpose.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much for your enthusiastic presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for letting us speak to you today. We really appreciate it.
So now we'll go to our report, which is the 16-24 off-leash dog park. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Just before I put the recommendation on the floor, I should address a conflict of interest matter. My favorite dog is named Felix. It's not a member of my family. It's my friend's dog that I borrow from time to time. So that said, the recommendation of the Community and Protected Services Committee that Council approve the administration's proposed approach with respect to the development of off-leash dog parks and areas as set out in option 2 of this report.
Seconded for it. Councillor O'Donnell seconds it.
Thank you very much. My remarks will be very brief, and then I'd like to put 2 questions to the administration. Option 2 says 3 fenced off-leash parks in new developments in the north, northwest, south, and east areas of the city. Development criteria to identify and pilot 2 to 3 unfenced areas in the built environment. This option proposes that the city move forward by establishing a target of developing an additional 3 additional fenced off-leash dog parks, 1 in the south, east, and north, northwest areas of the city. Your Worship, my 2 questions for the administration are as follows. First of all, it would be helpful for the administration if they could outline this option in more detail so that we're exactly clear as to what is being studied here. And secondly, I'd like the administration, if it would, to address the question of non-fenced off-leash dog parks and the concern that people have that that may pose either a danger to the dog or a danger to a child or a road danger if there was no fencing. So for those 2 questions, I'd ask the administration for a response.
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, option 2 of the report recommends the 3 fenced dog parks. That would be done in conjunction with working with the developers of the new developed areas, as well as the Humane Society and the Regina Off-Leash Dog Association. The 2 to 3 unfenced areas would be a pilot project that would be brought. The criteria would be laid out, again, working with the Off-Leash Dog Park Association and with planning to put some criteria around what that would look like. That would come back to council for approval.
Thank you very much. Felix and I are both happy with this and will support it. And I know Councillor O'Donnell has been very instrumental in bringing this matter to Council's attention. I look forward to his remarks as well.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Other speakers to the report? Councillor O'Donnell, and Councillor Burnett after.
Thanks very much. I'm thrilled that this is before us now. I'll give you a little background as to why I brought it forward. I have the benefit of having a pathway and a park behind me, and have been there for, give or take, 34 years of my life. And as the years have progressed, I have seen more children ride bikes and more babies in my neighborhood, but only to be outdone by the number of dogs walking in the park. And to the ladies' credit, I think they identified the benefits, but I think they also did a nice job of explaining the value of those dogs to the families that are around. And so the status, in my view, has changed. This is not just having a dog, throwing a bone, and seeing him next week. This is about part of the family. This is about taking the dog for the walk. But for me, what it really means is about the social integration for the dog, but primarily for the adult. We have a role and a responsibility in council, from my point of view, of putting places where people can gather. That's how you build community. Dogs have become very important. Putting people together with their dog in a safe environment, in a welcoming environment, in a social environment, builds another sense of community. I couldn't have picked a better group of 3 ladies myself who said, we became friends because. And you can fill it in, whether it is because of dance or music or your dog. And that's what this is about. So to the staff, thank you very much. To the folks in the dog community who have stood up repeatedly and said, this is a good thing and a nice thing, I want to thank you for your support. But I would also ask council that I think this is really an important, I know that this is not a big financial deal, but this is a part of a planning principle. And this is a gathering place. And in the developers that I've talked to, they're not saying no. They're saying we'll put it in. So, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Dowell. Councillor Burnett.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I guess I'm speaking sort of from personal experience that I have 2 dogs at home, soft-coated Wheaten Terriers, and I love to walk them at least twice a day, if not more. I'm certainly in support and favor of seeing the expanded number of off-leash dog parks. I guess the side I'm uncomfortable with is a non-fenced. That I know walking my dogs, there's a community in the park behind where we all know everybody, and we're all known by our dogs' names, parents kind of thing. Nobody knows who I am, but they know my dog's name. And about lots of kids will stop. I have noticed there are quite a few individuals, a lot of even new Canadians that may come from countries where dogs run in packs and that. And I can honestly say that they're very nervous and very concerned. Like when I come close and I'll pull my dogs in tight, they still will walk out of their way and they look quite terrified. And I'm nervous about people that aren't comfortable with dogs. And what I'm leading into is I find a lot of times in the evening, and it's probably once a week or more, where owners do believe that they have trained their dogs well and are good control, but sometimes a dog just wants to play or run, and it is a little bit upsetting and terrifying to see a big animal charging towards you and your 2 dogs, or I can only imagine what people that are already afraid of dogs are like. So I'd be a little nervous of not having the fences. That I think we're a small enough city and community that I've noticed a lot of people will take their cars and drive out behind the golf course out into the RM and let the big dogs really have a good run. So, like I said, I'm certainly supporting the first half of the dog park, but a little uncomfortable with the safety, liability, etc., of no fence in case they do run away. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burnett. Next speaker is Councillor Flegel.
Thanks. A couple of things. I got an email last fall about dog parks, and so we're talking about it, but their ask was that they go small dogs to big dogs. Is that something that we've even looked at? I meant to ask the ladies that presented, but I mean, they were asking for a small dog park because they're feeling kind of like what Councillor Burnett was just saying, the intimidation factor, the alpha dog, and et cetera, et cetera. But is that something that, I got to ask the question.
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, I'll ask Ms. Therodich to comment on that, and I'll also ask her to make a comment regarding the issue around safety.
Through you, Your Worship. We have looked at areas for small dogs versus large dogs through our research that we did for the report that is in front of you tonight. What we found is a number of municipalities do not actually have separate areas for small dogs and large dogs. There are a few that do, but most of the municipalities that we spoke to found it extremely challenging to try to enforce that. And so they have chosen to move forward with one park for all size dogs. With respect to safety, Your Worship, unfenced areas, there are a number of cities that have unfenced areas as well as fenced areas. Those cities have been successful with those unfenced areas. In our research where unfenced areas were not successful, it was due to the fact that those locations were in conflict with other recreation amenities such as recreational pathways, sports fields, playgrounds, those kinds of amenities. So what we are proposing to council this evening is that the administration work with those communities that have had success with unfenced areas, develop some criteria for the location of unfenced areas, and bring that back to council for more discussion. We feel that it is an option that residents in the city of Regina would like to see. We saw that through our survey that was conducted. And so we would like to be able to provide options to the residents of the city of Regina.
Thanks. The other thing that comes to mind is that when we build 10 of them, because Saskatoon only has 9, are we going to change our enforcement rules around the open space parks that we have now, like the back of schoolyards where people let their dogs run and there's kids there? And so are we going to change the enforcement of, if we're building places for them to take their dogs? Today we're kind of, I think, lackadaisical on enforcement of open off-leash dogs. So are we going to change that because we're now building these places and say, look, we've built them, you have to go. If not, we're enforcing impound or fees or fines. Are we going to change our mentality to maybe make the people go to these dog parks? Because you know what? Again, it goes back to the parking downtown. If it's not close enough, a lot of people aren't going to drive half a mile or a mile to go to a dog park when they got a field right across the street. So what are we going to do about that? We're going to invest all this money and put it out there, and half the people are still going to use the park across the street from them because it's closer.
Mr. Heritage?
Through you, Your Worship, that is a discussion that we've had with the Humane Society as well as our bylaw enforcement area. And the Humane Society feels strongly that the more areas that we have designated, the less that you will see people running their dogs in their local park, which isn't designated. So they feel the more options that we provide, the better off that we will be. We also do note in the report that as we continue to grow and as we continue to add additional parks, it may require that we take another look at the bylaw in conjunction with the Humane Society and our bylaw enforcement
Once we got
area.
it set up. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm totally in agreement with the dog park thing, and whether we have like 1, 3, 5, 10, whatever we have, as long as they're being utilized, whether they're open field, non-fenced. I prefer the fencing, but I know that the open fields work because they work today. I mean, too many spots. We probably have 50 off-leash dog parks in the city right now that we don't control because they're backyard neighbors, they're pipelines, et cetera, et cetera. So anything to contain and make it safer for everybody is a good thing as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Flavio. Councilor Bryce.
Thank you. I rise in support, but I also have a few questions. How long will the pilot project be?
John Wright?
Through your worship, the pilot project, I believe, is planning criteria to come back to council in 2017. And I'll ask Ms. Derdich to comment on the length of time for the pilot.
Ms. Derdich?
Through you, Your Worship, we would like the pilot project to run at least a year so that we can run it through all 4 seasons and see how it is accepted by the community.
Great, thank you. I would love to say that we don't have a problem with people picking up after their pets, whether it be on a trail or on a sidewalk or whatever. So I look forward to the day where we actually can stand here and say, yeah, we don't have that problem in this city. Everybody's a responsible dog owner, cat owner, whatever droppings are dropped, so that people pick up after themselves. And I agree, you hand somebody a bag and either nicely or not nicely encourage them to pick up after their own dog, and have that peer pressure is quite effective as well. So I encourage people to either use peer pressure or pick up after their own pets. So I'll encourage that. I just want us as a council to realize when we do a pilot project such as this, it's really hard to take things away once it's actually being utilized. So I want us to make sure we go in with eyes wide open, that once we have a dog park there, even if it's a pilot project or not, a lot of times it's going to be there forever. So just want to throw that out there too.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Murray?
Thanks, Your Worship. I, too, am going to rise in support between our son, Franklin. He's not really our son, but my son really, or our son really thinks that he's taken that new role, because after we changed the will and put a dog in there, anyway. So Franklin is going to be really happy to have off-leash dog park access, as well as our grand dogs, because our daughters, dogs Daisy and Herbert, both really enjoy going to the dog park. So I am definitely in support and happy to move on. So thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Fraser?
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Yeah, rise in support of this too. This is great news for dog lovers across the city, and also a special mention to Councillor Donald. This is something that he's always, as long as I've known you, Councillor Donald, you've really pushed for this. So I'm not sure what you'll talk about now that this has finally gone through, but hopefully you find something new. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Other speakers? Can I take my seat?
Mr. Mayor, you have 5 minutes.
Thanks for that instruction. Appreciate that very much. I know you keep it at 5 as well. I'm going to rise in support of the motion before us, but I have a question to the administration on process. Now, I certainly think the fence in parks are fine. I think that's doable. It's with the development community, and it will be known to the public in advance. But I want to talk about the unfenced ones, which I have concerned about. Councilor Burnett raised those concerns with me. So we're not deciding to do them. We're deciding to get a report back about how they're feasible to do. Is that right? We're not actually approving any unfenced dog parks. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay.
So the criteria would be developed throughout 2017 with a report coming back to council with that criteria as to what these unfenced areas would look like and the locations.
So I want us as a community to come in here with our eyes wide open. Now, I'm a dog lover. I had a dog until recently. They're fantastic. They are much like a son or daughter. They're like a kid that doesn't grow up. They're fantastic. Absolutely incredible. So I don't dispute any of that at all. But I want to just talk a bit about some of the numbers in the survey. 59% said they're satisfied with the current level. They're not being given an option, so that certainly colors that one. With respect to other numbers here, 53% support increasing designated fenced-off dog parks. 37% support increasing designated, both designated off-leash and off-fenced areas. So we have less than half of those respondents saying they like this. There may be a reason for that, too. I want to just speak to the issue of the unfenced one. It could be, for me, it's a liability both for the city as the owner of the land, if there's a public park somewhere. I don't want a circumstance where we have conflict between people and dogs or dog and dog. You can imagine a game of soccer by young kids, and this person thinks it's an off-leash park, unfenced, and the dog gets involved with the kids, and there's a problem. Mother and father with their children in a stroller walking around in an area that is unfenced park, and the dog comes up really quickly to the child, and there's a problem. I just want to avoid that. So I want to see experiences of other cities. I want to see what we can do to mitigate those issues. The issue is not about how much you love dogs and we want them to have a dog park to run in. That is not the issue. The issue is what's safe. Let's not be overzealous and oversell this. And whatever we do, if we decide to go forward with a unfenced dog park, that we communicate to the public exactly where it is, what the criteria is, where it's going to be, if there's certain hours it happens and it doesn't, so there's no confusion. So I'll support the motion on the understanding that we're not supporting today, right now, the unfenced dog park anywhere in the city, but we will look at the criteria in 2017. On that basis, I'll support the report. Other speakers to the report? Councilor Hawkins, do you want to close debate? Okay, I'll call the question on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. So you recall we agreed to adjust the agenda. We want to move down into motions. We have 3 delegations with respect to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. The first delegation is Lisa Hine. If you could come forward. Ms. Hine, you have 5 minutes for presentation. Do you identify yourself, who you represent?
Hi, my name's Lisa Hine. I'm on the board for the RISE Commemorative Association. I will not actually be speaking today. Sorry for the miscommunication. It will be Janine Windolf, who is the president of our RISE Commemorative Association. So I'd like to introduce Janine.
Sure. Go ahead, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor and councilors and everyone here for the time to speak. I'm president of the RISE Commemorative, and we've been in operation for over a year, and we've been working on looking at the site on Pinkey Road. Over the past year, we've done quite a bit of research and working with different groups, and in response to the Truth and Reconciliation, we've also been looking at engaging not only our First Nations groups, but also concerned citizens, the archaeological group, the city, province, and the federal government, as we believe there's a shared history that we bring forward. We are here to support the motion for the TRC and how it pertains to residential school and the burial site. We've forwarded an email that sent information on the site, as 5 minutes is very little to share the history we have. And so we also wanted to make sure there's no misinformation being communicated. So we've put everything that is relevant and shares the history of how we begun. When I first started working on this issue, there were multiple groups and different areas who were working on the issue, and today we are all united under one group. The RISE Commemorative Group was actually an initiative of the First Nations Working Group, and they wanted to start a nonprofit that'll be able to facilitate the gaining the land, the plans for consulting for commemoration, and also to maintaining it in the future. And we've been working to build a policy and to build the infrastructure to move forward. And in response to what we've heard today, we're just here to show our support, to let people know what we've been doing, and to put that forward. And so I'm just really honored to be here, and I'm sorry I'm a little flustered. So is there anything that maybe I should add?
We're seeking
Yeah, and we're currently seeking designation for the site on a municipal and provincial level, and we've also been having the support of the city mediating the discussions between our group and the landowner so far. So we've been very fortunate and to receive information that have helped give us, I guess, a good stance on where both the landowner and ourselves sit currently as we move forward.
Good. Thank you very much. You have any other comments you'd like to make?
Just that I'm here for the children that are in the site, and I know I come here with love in my heart, and just.
Thank you so much, and I would acknowledge the report that you have given us. There's a substantial amount of information. Members of council have had a chance to look at this briefly, and certainly will be part of the review that we're asking for the administration to do. So thank you so much for that. I would ask if there's any questions from members of council. I believe Councillor Donald and then Councillor Fraser after.
Yeah, thanks. Good evening. Thanks very much for. I have not had a chance to look through this, but I want you to know I am the councillor for the area and I visited the site. So but I have a couple questions. I want to tell you what I think I heard, that there is a unified group called RISE that will represent all of First Nations in this process. Is that correct?
That's correct. The infrastructure of the nonprofit is built to have the membership of the 36 communities that are still in existence. There was 43 when it operated, but 36 that are currently still in existence.
Good. Thanks very much for that. And can I ask, from your point of view, from your group's point of view, what are your next steps?
Our next steps are moving forward with our negotiations with the landowner to put a price to the property, a space, and to start building, I guess, a fundraising so that we can obtain the land. And from there, we've been also working on commemorative stone templates that we want to take to each of the communities to share and to hold a symposium here in the city to bring awareness to the movement and to the history and to things that are happening in the future, because there is plans for the future when it comes to commemorative. And our goal is to welcome others to the table so that they can participate on the healing journey.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Donald. Councillor Fraser.
Thanks. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I think my questions are answered through Councillor Donald's questions. So thanks
you.
for coming.
If there are no other questions, we ask you to return to the gallery, and we're going to proceed with our next delegation. Thank you so much. Ivy Kennedy, if you could please come forward. You can identify yourself, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Okay.
And
I'm
questions
Ivy
afterwards.
Kennedy from Regina, from Women of the Dawn Counseling Center, also from Ward 6, North Central Community. And that's where a large majority of Aboriginal people live in the city of Regina. I've worked in the community for 35 years, worked with many, many residential school survivors, and still do. I just completed counseling for 400 residential school survivors and helped them with their IEP applications. And I'm also a survivor from the residential school. I was in the Gordon's residential school. So anyway, first of all, I have my friend and consultant with me, and she's going to just speak after I say a quick 1 minute. First of all, I'd like to commend the mayor and the councillors for focusing on the recommendations put forward by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. We fully support the recommendations by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. We have a lot of issues that we address in the city of Regina, especially in North Central. We have many, many people that deal with issues regarding the impacts from being in the residential schools. We have alcohol, drugs. We have a lot of poverty in North Central, and it's also going to go stemming into the northeast of Regina. And we have a lot of people living in below the poverty line. And the impacts of our people from the residential school is humongous. So when the city of Regina comes and puts an advertisement in the paper and says that they're going to do something about the recommendations from the commission, I applaud you. A lot of the residential school survivors we work on a daily basis, and the issues they face are so important. One of the issues that we have with Women of the Dawn Counseling Center and other Aboriginal organizations is the lack of resources. We want to work with the City of Regina, but a lot of our resources that come from the City of Regina are given out to other organizations. And we feel that we have to work together in order to solve the problems that are in the City of Regina. And I can go on forever and ever, so I'm just going to pass it on to Connie now because she knows other issues, and I just want to thank you.
Good evening. I know it's getting late in the evening, and I really just wanted to sort of commend, the mayor and the council for moving forwards on these recommendations. I am truly touched that the council have really made overtures to the First Nations communities to be a part of this process. And what we're looking to do is to hope to put together some sort of a committee comprised of First Nations people and who are knowledgeable about the residential school experience, to work with the chief and did I say chief and council? To work with the mayor and council to develop those strategies that are going to address some of those recommendations coming out of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. I don't have to tell you that Regina North Central is really well known across the country. I mean, there's only one other Vancouver East Side that has a notoriety that North Central has. And I think that we really have got to put together a group of people who are going to be committed to make a change. And I think we have to be looking at things like the Safer Communities Act and the impact that it has on North Central. 750 addicted families were evicted under that act from across the province. Where do you think they moved to? They're poor. They moved to the inner cities. We have to address that. We have to look. I want to see an inquiry into the Safer Communities Act and the impact it's done on our inner cities. We shouldn't have dead babies in backyards.
So you have about 30 seconds left in your presentation.
I just wanted, again, I think we should speak together. I think if all of us got together and put our shoulders together and recognize that the 60 to 80 NGOs that are currently working in our city are not dealing with the issues. And we have to address that. And one of the things that it said is First Nation studies and what we heal from our own traditions and ceremonies. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your presentation. There may be some questions, so don't leave yet. Maybe some questions from members of council.
Certainly.
Any questions? Councilor Fundura.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good evening. It's great to hear your passion. The question would be, you here in front of us, how would you like to see city involved in you moving forward? How would you like to see the city?
I would like to see actually, I'm running for council. I want to see a First Nations and Aboriginal, actually a First Nations person on city council. Sitting here tonight, I can see where we could be sharing our resources, sharing those strengths that we have in our community. I want to see the Safer Communities repealed because I think it's killing our people. I want to see more people talking. I want to see more Aboriginal people involved in the 60 to 80 NGOs in this province. Did you know that the ranch gets $60 million a year for 239 kids? We're an industry. I want it stopped. I want it stopped.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much. There are no questions. You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have one other delegation to deal with. So David Owens. You decline. Okay. If I could have a motion to receive and file the communications.
I'll do that.
Councilor Murray. Second it. Councilor Bryce seconds it. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So we'll get to the main motion, and I'd ask Councilor Bryce to please take the chair.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Councilor Bryce. I'm going to read the motion, and then I'll ask for a second, or I'll read the whereas clauses in the main clause. This is regarding the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Whereas the City of Regina respects, recognizes, and appreciates the significant 6-year undertaking of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission to inform all Canadians about the history and experiences of those directly and indirectly affected by Indian residential school system, and whereas it is recognized as significant healing and repairing of relationships of those directly and indirectly affected by the Indian residential school system will require education, awareness, and increased understanding of the legacy and the impacts still being felt by those involved in that relationship. And whereas the City of Regina supports the reconciliation process as a way of creating new, respectful, and equal relationship with Aboriginal people and leaders in the City of Regina and across Canada. And whereas the City of Regina commits to review the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada's call to action and to implement a strategy of potential remedies for those recommendations that reside within the jurisdiction of local governments. Now therefore be it resolved that the City of Regina Council directs the administration to report to Executive Committee by December 31st, 2016 on potential actions supported by Aboriginal leaders for which the City of Regina can adopt and to support the work of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. If I could have a seconder for that, please.
Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you for that. I'm very pleased on behalf of City Council to introduce this motion. I know members of Council will speak to the issue with conviction and clarity. I would talk about the report from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, the summary and final report coming out in June of 2015. 94 calls to action to address an agreement that is really an incredible history of incredible disservice to our First Nations people in so many ways. And I'm not sure I can articulate the pain that's felt by those who experience residential schools, so I'm not even going to try to do that. What I will try to talk about is the ways in which this Council will respectfully judge those areas that they are responsible for in the report to do the best we can to pay service to those who were affected by residential schools, those who are alive today and those who have passed on. There are 3 areas that I would ask that the administration look at, and it's certainly, I think, ones that are raised tonight. One is the Indian industrial school to the west side of the city. We heard this from the delegations. This is a concrete way for us to make steps to redress the grievances that are in here. And in fact, I would say that recommendation 75 from the Commission report speaks to the ongoing identification, documentation, maintenance, commemoration, and protection of residential school cemeteries or other sites at which residential school children were buried. So while we have goodwill in this city by this Council, we are going to take action to resolve that issue. It will be certainly with the administration to frame that discussion for us, but I'd want to see, obviously, Indigenous groups involved. We heard this tonight. We want to have the owner of the land involved, clearly. It's privately owned. I've spoken with officials with the federal government who want to be directly involved in this process, and I would anticipate them being involved, as well as the provincial government. So we have a comprehensive response to that issue. One of the delegations provided a significant report that helps frame the issue going forward. That would be the first one. The second one, with respect to how the city itself walks the walk and actually continues to build on its best practices, in the early stages of creating and implementing a diversity and inclusion committee and strategy internal to the organization. I'll let the administration come back to talk about how that would work, but we do also, this follows directly from the recommendation from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of how we actually internally as a corporation show respect and gratitude for our First Nations people. And finally, with respect to our cultural plan, this may be hard to get your mind around in terms of a cultural plan, but it really talks about really the creative side of our city, the expressions of our city, not just buildings and sidewalks. It's who we are as a people. And we want this culture report to be infused by our First Nations and Aboriginal people, so they feel their art, their poetry, is expressed within our city and honored. So we think these are three really good ways to begin the process of discussion. And I don't want to say much more than what the administration will come back for at the end of this year, but these three instances, I think, are quite important as a stepping stone to do this. There are 7 different areas that municipalities are asked to respond to. And I'm going to say them very quickly. I'm not going to read them, but I want to go through them very quickly here. They are to adopt an implementation of the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples as the framework for reconciliation. The other one is to repudiate concept used to justify European sovereignty over indigenous peoples and lands, such as the doctrine of discovery, and to reform those laws and government policies as much as we can as a civic government. Again, to provide education to public servants on the history of Aboriginal peoples, including the history and legacy of residential schools. I spoke to that a moment ago about a diversity and inclusion committee that we want to have go forward. I talked again about the cemetery. That's another one we should be looking at as well. And finally, with respect to work collaboratively with the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation to identify and to collect data and information of all records relevant to the history and legacy of residential school system, and to provide those to the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation. Those will be done. And by supporting this motion by members of council, we will be declaring this will be done. We will all learn from this and make our country and our city and our province much better. I ask members of council to please support the motion. Speaker to the report. Councillor Burnett.
Thank you, Your Worship. No, I'm pleased to rise this evening in full support of the motion that's before us. That I think, given the magnitude of the tragedy that has occurred, that I don't think that any kind of an apology is even in the works. I think a true amend will be the actions that I think come forward and that we can actually implement. And so, again, I'd like to fully support the motion before us.
Thank you, Councillor Burnett. Councillor Murray.
Thanks, Your Worship. I think about my childhood when I grew up and how little I actually knew about our First Nations people, and it just simply wasn't part of school. Now I just fast forward to 2 words that my daughter just texted me as a second-year nursing student, and obviously her time in school was much different than mine. She learned a lot more than I learned. She was exposed to a lot more, and the 2 words that she sent to me, that's wonderful. I can't say it better than that. The recognition is becoming paramount, and her words, that's wonderful, that we're going to follow through on this. Can't say more than that. Thanks, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of questions to start here. Who will lead this process for the city?
Mr. Holden.
Your Worship and members of City Council, this initiative will be led through the City Manager's Office with support from City Services and the Community Services Department.
Okay, great. Really appreciate that. One other question that was brought to me from a constituent. Supposing an application for heritage status comes through for the Regina Indian Industrial School Cemetery, before this report comes back, it's scheduled to come back in December, and I think that's a reasonable timeline. Would this report get in the way of that application at all, or if the application comes first, is that all right?
Mr. Holden?
Through Your Worship, if an application came forward, I mean, we want to be in discussions with the landowners and with RISE, making sure that all of the people that need to be involved in conversations are involved in the conversation. So hopefully we won't end up in a situation where reports coming forward don't line up.
Sure. Okay, thanks for that. So a final comment just to say that we can't understand Regina's history, present, or future without understanding the effects of colonialism. And it's also important to us to remember that this history is an ancient history. It's very fresh. As we had a presenter here today who was a survivor of residential schools. It's a first-generation issue for a lot of people living in our city. The good news is that I think we're in a time of great healing, and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission is a really important step in that healing process. So I look forward to supporting this motion. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Worship. I'm pleased to see this motion. This motion is going to continue the work that Regina Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee started, that was working on that. I'm part of that, and I'm very pleased to see what's going to be going forward. Education is important, but more of it, the awareness of what's out there. I do remember when, Your Worship, when the Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee brought this to the table, a lot of people didn't know that there was a cemetery at Pinky Road. So it's important for us to educate, but at the same time to understand the sufferings, but most of it all is understanding the children that has passed away, the parents and grandparents and brothers and sisters, or however you want to look at that, didn't know where they were or how they moved to the next world. So it's important, but the indigenous and our Aboriginal friends need to understand that they're taking the lead. And that's what the ask was at the beginning is, please do take that lead. We can take a lead, but you need to take the lead, and you're taking that. And I'm all behind you. You call, and I'll be there. And I know that Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee did good work on advertising, promoting awareness of what's out there. So I'm pleased with that. So, Your Worship, thank you, and this is a great motion.
Thank you, Councillor Frondura. Councillor Bryce?
Thank you. I want to start off by saying you said you were honored to be here. We're honored to have you here tonight. So I just want to tell you that from my heart as well. So I think it's very respectful that we're doing this tonight, and I'm in full support of this. It's hard to find words for it too. Part of it just breaks my heart. I don't even know how else to put it. You know, the final resting place of children, you know, being out there in a field. It only shows us that I fully support this and respect what you're doing. I'll just put it that way, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Other speakers? Councillor Hawkins, then Councillor Dowell.
Thank you, Your Worship. I, too, would like to salute the courage and the eloquence with which the delegation came forward tonight. That's helpful to us, and it's very much appreciated. I just want to say that as important as the result of the consultation that we're about to go into will be, I think the opportunity to work together will ensure the success of the endeavor. So I'm grateful, not just that you've come forward, but I'm grateful for the chance that we now all have to participate together in the important work that's to be done. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Dowell.
Thanks very much. If I could first address a little bit about the cemetery, and I would like to tell you a brief story. Before there was a GTH, councillors, then councillors Clipsham and Hutchison and I were contacted by some area residents that had land to the west of the city. And the initial request was, would you come out with us and would you have a look at the land? We're concerned about drainage. And so in a pickup truck, I went over the fields and through the hills and all that kind of stuff to the west side, and we discussed drainage and so on. And that was really nice. But when we finished and we gathered, they changed topics. And they said, we wish to make sure that you all understand along Pinky Road there's a cemetery. It must be protected and it must be looked after. Will you do that? So you have support. So those people, I thought anyway at that time, stood very tall. The second thing I will tell you is that I mentioned I have not read this document. But in early May, I'm going to the community association that is adjacent to this. It would be my preference to be able to share this with them. The second part of that is they are very wise in that they also have a website, and it goes out to the people in the area. I'd like to have permission to put this on their website so that other people can have a chance to read that. The other last thing I would like to mention, there's an empty chair over there, and all my time on council, Councillor Hinks has always stood up and been an advocate to make sure that there is opportunity for First Nations people in the city of Regina, in our fire department, on our police, and he always asks more and more. So on his behalf, I just want to make sure that is said. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Dowell. Other speakers? I won't close debate. We'll go to the question. I'm going to call the question of those in favor. Opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thank you very much, members of council. That's great. And thank you for the delegations for appearing. So we'll go back to further up our agenda to executive committee reports. CR 16-25. Councilor Burnett, you were in the chair for executive committee. If you want to begin that process with the LPGA.
Sure. Thank you, Your Worship. I stand this evening to move the CR 16-25, which is support to host the Ladies Professional Golf Association 2018 Canadian Pacific Women's Open. At executive, the recommendation was that we would support the bid to host the 2018 Canadian Pacific Women's Open in Regina. If successful, we would only give the money if the bid is successful. The city's funding is conditional upon the 2018 Open Host Committee securing an additional $300,000 in funding from other community partners such as Province of Saskatchewan Regina Hotels Association, the completion of a multi-party agreement outlining relationships, accountabilities, etc., recognition that the city accepts no obligations or deficits, loans or guarantees for the 2018 Canadian Pacific Women's Open, demonstration of the ability of the 2018 host committee to plan and host the event, and a commitment by the host committee to provide a follow-up report that identifies how the city funding was utilized in hosting the event. This particular item has been before us before for 2016.
I'll just get a seconder for the Councilor Britton. You can continue on, seconder. Councilor Flagel. Thank you. Continue on.
Yeah. No, I was just going to say that this item has been before us where they're looking for $50,000 in cash and another $50,000 in city-related services, but there's a number of conditions that save us harmless from any kind of contingency suits or anything if they lose money.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Burnett. Other speakers to the report? Councilor Flagel.
Thanks. I know this is coming back to us after another year or so off, and I think it went to Calgary the last time, but they want us to, they're looking at it. I talked to Mr. Ducart before, about 3 or 4 months ago, and we were right there until they pulled the pin on and went to Calgary, I think it was. So I'm full support of this. This will pay us back in spades for advertising on that $50,000 plus 50 in kind. Every time they turn the TV back to the golf tournament, which is like probably 50 times a day in a 3-hour period, they'll do a sky view of Regina and the area. So, I mean, it's just going to showcase our city, and at that time of the year, it's going to be absolutely beautiful. So, appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilor Flagel. Other speakers to the report? Councilor Fundura.
Your Worship, just a quick question. As the citizens are listening, I need to ask that. I was asked of it. Is the country club is outside of our city, yet we are involved with it. So the question will be to the administration. Citizens would like to know our involvement with the supporting the golf club, yet it's outside of our jurisdiction. To you, Worship.
Mr. Onright, do you want to? Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, 2 holes of the golf course are within the city limits.
Great. Thank you.
The 2 most important ones, of course. Thank you for that. Councilor Burnett to close the debate.
I could just add that I know I've had a similar call about why we would support, and I think my response is first and foremost is the overall economic impact in our city. That when you host an event of this magnitude, every hotel, every restaurant, bar, it's full. People are moving around, spending money. I think the other aspect is, as Councillor Flagel said, the whole marketing and exposure. That I forget how many 200 million people watch the LPGA, and just to have our city referenced and mentioned constantly, I don't think you can pay the price of that. So I think just several of those factors alone, I think, more than justify having an event of this magnitude in our city. So thank you.
Thank you for that. You closed debate on the issue, so I'll call the question. All those in favor?
I'll close debate.
Opposed? Carried. Next report is 26. This is the organizational appointments for the School Board City Liaison Committee.
Sure. I stand and move CR 16-26, which is the organizational appointment for School Board City Council Liaison Committee.
Okay. Seconder, Councilor O'Donnell.
Basically, that we're recommending the following representatives from the Regina Public School Board to be appointed to the School Board City Council Liaison Committee. And the first appointment is Ms. Catherine Gagné to be appointed for 3 years. Mr. Dale West be appointed for 3 years. Mr. Greg Enyong be appointed as administrative representative for a 3-year term. and Mrs. Deborah Burnett be appointed as an administrative representative for a 3-year term, and that the members appointed continue to hold office for the term indicated or until their successors are.
Okay. Discussion on the report. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Burnett, report 27, Warehouse District appointment.
I move item CR 16-27, which is the 2016 appointments to the Regina Warehouse Business Improvement District Board, and that our recommendation of the Executive Committee be that the following appointment to the board include Ms. Heike Dorkinson be appointed as a citizen member for the term March 1st, 2016 to 2017, that Ms. Dorkinson continue to hold office for the term indicated or until successors are appointed.
Okay, and a seconder for that? Councillor Flagel. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Finance and Administration Committee.
Thanks, Your Worship. I rise to bring forward CR 1628. This would be the Architectural Services Facilities Review Issue and Request for Proposals Award. So recommendations coming from Finance Administration's March 8th meeting that, number one, the administration issue an RFP for separate engagements to the architectural and professional engineering consulting services for the development of 3 new facilities at the landfill, the transit operations, and the parks and facilities yard for the City of Regina. Number 2, that the City authorize the CFO to award and enter into the 3 contracts with the highest ranked proponents of the RFP process. And number 3, the City Clerk be authorized to execute the contracts and review the approvals from the City Solicitor. Your Worship, a seconder.
Seconder, please.
Thanks, Councillor Fraser. Yeah, Your Worship, we're obviously moving forward. We're upgrading, and doing a number of major projects. And so, of course, that process begins with the RFP. And just looking forward to seeing the concurrence within our recommendations coming from Finance Administration. Thanks, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Anyone who wants to discuss it further? Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just briefly, this is really exciting news, especially the transit barn. You know, the federal government announced last week or so, 2 weeks ago, in their budget about potential funding for this. One question: supposing we build a new transit barn, how big will it be? Like, how long will it service Regina? To what population? We have some idea?
Mr. Ray.
Your Worship, members of City Council, I'd like to ask Ms. Hargrove, our Director of Facilities, to respond to that.
Ms. Hargrove.
Through you, Your Worship, we're certainly looking at building a facility that, with a 10-year horizon, we have a very good view, but we're looking at building a facility that would take us at least 25 years and beyond.
Okay, that's great news. Again, I think one of the major bottlenecks for our transit department right now is not having the shop space to hold a lot more buses. So I think this is an important step, and it means once we have this barn in place, as Regina grows, I think our transit department is ripe to grow along with it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Other speakers to the report? I'll call the question on that report. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Public Works and Infrastructure.
Thank you. I rise to move CR 16-29, which is the Trunk Relief Initiative Advanced Funding, 3rd, 4th Main. Say that fast, really, 3 times.
Seconder, please, for that. Councillor, okay.
So the motion is that City Council approve the advancement of $8 million from the planned future year funding from the Integrated Wastewater Solutions for New Growth Project, which is also referred to as the Trunk Relief Initiative.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Other questions or comments on the report? Councillor Fraser.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple of questions here. To be clear, this is something separate from the wastewater treatment plant. Can we just confirm that?
Ms. Gizmo?
Through Your Worship, that's correct. It's some work that occurs at McCarthy Boulevard Pump Station. There is a component at the wastewater treatment plant that upgrades some piping and process, but it's related to the work at McCarthy Boulevard.
Okay, and do we have a sense of what population this change will bring us, will be sufficient to?
Ms. Gizmo?
Through Your Worship, I'll ask Ms. Wilson to provide a response, or Mr. Doney.
Ms. Wilson?
Through you, Your Worship, the challenge with wastewater is it's not precisely connected to population because, of course, it depends on usage. We would certainly be looking to have to deal with our long-term planning horizon to 25 years. I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Donay to speak.
Through you, Your Worship, could you just repeat the question, please?
How long will this last until we need to do another upgrade?
Okay. Through Your Worship, this upgrade is to install a third force main from McCarthy to the wastewater treatment plant, and it's designed to be able to accommodate up to our 300,000 population.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Other speakers? Councillor O'Donnell?
Thanks. I thought I heard Oriole Place is mentioned in this. Is that, first of all, is that correct?
Through Your Worship, yes, that's correct, because that's where McCarthy Boulevard Pumping Station is located.
Yep. So can I just get an idea of impact on this area? There happen to be some houses around there, and so if you just give me an idea of impact.
So we did a force main replacement in 2009, and I would say very little impact to the residents in this area. Slightly to the west of McCarthy, there'll be a little bit of impact to those residents, but I would suggest probably days.
Okay, so a very specific question. During that upgrade, there was a thing called pounding that happened a lot. And is there a pounding plan for this time?
Through Your Worship.
That's a technical term, by
yeah,
the way.
very technical.
Very technical. That pounding was when we installed a secondary pumping station. There will be no pounding in this project. It will be mainly excavation.
Good, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Burnett?
Thank you, Your Worship. As you're aware, we've had a couple of flooding incidents, at least since I've been on term, probably even before, in the southeast out in the corner of the city, and we were always told that there's a number of blockages along the way. It's not just fixing the water main on the corner, but it's getting through downtown, and then it backs up at the McCarthy pumping station. Will we see an impact in the southeast, in my selfish way, in Ward 4 as a result of this part?
Through Your Worship, what Councillor Burnett is referring to is when our wastewater systems, our trunks, fill up within the entire city. So the first step of leaving that is to increase the pumping capacity at McCarthy. And so, yes, we will see a benefit to the entire city because the majority of wastewater does flow through McCarthy. However, this is step one of many projects that need to be completed to upgrade our overall wastewater system.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burnett. Other speakers to the report? This is related mostly to some new standards imposed upon us from the Water Security Agency as well, most recently for a 1 in 25 year standard. Ms. Gibbs, you want to comment on that as well? Because this really is a bulking up of the system for us.
Yes, Your Worship. This was some work that we had in our long-term plan for upgrades to the McCarthy Boulevard pump station, but with the recent discussions with Water Security Agency, it has accelerated the project so that we can meet the 1 in 25 year storm requirement that they have requested.
Thank you very much for that. To close debate, all those in favor of the report? Those opposed, that's carried. Councillor Bryce?
Thank you. CR 16-30. This is the sewer service bylaw change. Weeping tile discharge removal from sanitary sewer system. If I can have a seconder.
Seconder for that? Councillor Murray?
The motion is that City Council approve and authorize amendments to the sewer service bylaw number 5601 to include the provisions related to weeping tile discharge as identified in this report, and that the city solicitor prepare the amendments to the bylaw.
Thank you for that. Any discussion on the report? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Bryce.
-31. This is the revised hauled wastewater program. If I could have a seconder.
Seconder for that, please. Councillor Fundera.
Thank you. That the city approve the following rates for hauled wastewater station, formerly referred to as the septage receiving station. All these words. Phased in over 3 years, as outlined in the report, and that City Council approve a transfer of $1.5 million from the General Utility Reserve to the capital account for the upgraded and paved section of the Condi Road, and that City Council approve and authorize amendments to the interim extra municipal servicing agreement policy. Oh, I guess there's some more down here too. And number 4, that the Director of Planning or their designate be directed to prepare amendments to the interim extra municipal servicing agreement policy. and that City Council approve and authorize amendments to the sewer service bylaw.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Discussion on the report. Councilor Fundura.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will start on, had some questions through Your Worship to administration on how haulers are going to behave with what we building or we've built already. So the question is, open houses and consultations, how did they go, to Your Worship?
Ms. Gizmo.
Through Your Worship, I'll ask Ms. Wilson to start and perhaps Mr. Doney to add some context to how those public engagements went.
Ms. Wilson.
Through you, Your Worship, as you can see through the report and the appendices, we did have a number of engagements with the waste haulers, as well as having some public open houses. During those, or through those open houses, all of the registered or permitted haulers were individually mailed to ensure that they were aware of them. We had a variety of participation. We typically had 3 to 5 haulers at any given session. It wasn't always the same haulers. We certainly had a number of questions, so we discussed with them everything from the kind of facility that we should be constructing, the location of the facility, what the impacts would be to their businesses and to their customers. We got a great deal of input from them, and we did take that into account in the design and in the work that we have done. Part of the discussion has been the need for us to start with education and to help them be in a place where they can deliver the service that is needed. They were very clear that one of the ones that we spoke to the most were very clear that one of their highest priorities was to ensure that the playing field was level and that everybody was playing by the same rules. A lot of what we will be doing is simply enforcing rules that already exist, but that we have not been able to enforce at the existing facility. The haulers indicated that they understood that, and they're willing to work with us.
Mr. Doney, do you have anything else to add to it?
Okay, so Your Worship, just to follow up on that question. So now, for say, discussing things with the, I think it's a TerraPure, where they are saying that they're not seeing the move or the business to their facility. So the question is, if they're not seeing the business in their facility, where is everybody going now?
Ms. Wilson?
Through you, Your Worship, I believe that Councillor Fundura is referring to the land farming option for dealing with slurry and other waste of that nature. Right now, there's a limited number of haulers who are using that facility because, frankly, we're providing that service for free. It is not the kind of service that we intend to be providing. It has been something we could accommodate while we were running a lagoon wastewater treatment plant. With the new biological nutrient removal plant, we can no longer manage that and deliver on the higher level of permit requirements that we will be having. What that means is, by enforcing the rules the way that they have already been in place, other haulers will have to start using that some of those options.
Okay. So then on the one more question here on the implications, where it states that the industry is going to have to find the ways of developing the alternative solutions over time. What is the administration meaning by industry? Is the city going to be involved helping with that, or how is that going to look like? Through Your Worship.
Ms. Wilson?
Through you, Your Worship. The city intends to work with the haulers and their customers to help them be in a place where they can meet these rules, where they understand them thoroughly. We are phasing in the rates because this is a substantial change to their business. The intent of these rates is to pay for the services that is being delivered. Part of what the rates will also do is encourage people to find better options for this disposal. In some cases, that means that businesses will put in pre-treatment. That's a perfectly acceptable way to meet the rules and the regulations. If not that, then they need to find those other options. Part of what we were doing is creating an environment in which those businesses that can deliver that service will be able to survive.
Okay. Through that, the inspections, like for instance, if someone's going to come in and say they would like to remove everything and they want load, how is that going to be say, policed, through your worship?
Ms. Wilson?
Through you, could I ask you to?
Meaning is if someone comes in and I'm hearing stuff where there's people coming in to do the service, and they're not following now with the law, how are we going to police that for them to learn that law and to obey that? Because there are haulers out there that are doing their job, but others are not.
Through you, your worship, this is a gated facility where no one will be able to come in without checking in, and we will be checking manifests for what people are dumping, and we will be working with folks. So the first time that a load is brought in that is not quite the spec that we're looking for, we're not going to be closing the gates. We're going to be working with that hauler, and if they're willing to work with us, we'll continue to help them get to the place where they can meet those requirements. Have I answered the question?
Yes, so then my question would be to your worship, and I know that I'm going to be we're getting late here, but when we're talking about the snow removal, it's same thing now with the septic and slur and all that stuff. Are we going to see, and how are we going to police something if these haulers going to go outside of the city and, let's say, pick up farmers' field? How is that going to look like?
Ms. Wilson?
Through you, your worship, our observation has been that the haulers do quite a bit of self-policing. We are certainly informed when they observe one of their numbers not following the rules. In terms of any dumping, we would certainly also expect that there's many eyes out there. Some of them within city limits would be our own employees. We do expect that we would be informed if anybody's observed behaving inappropriately, and we would follow up.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Dare. Councilor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. And what if I could ask the administration, on a percentage basis, roughly, how much of the hauled waste comes from within the city limits and how much comes from outside?
Mr. Donnie?
Through you, your worship, we've done some analysis and surveys, and roughly 80% of the domestic waste, hauled domestic waste, comes from outside of the city limits, and approximately 20% inside the city limits.
Thank you for that. So I need to give you one more story, and I may get a little fired up about this. So if I go back 8 years and you come to the McCarthy pumping station or Oriole Place, I'll tell you exactly what you saw. Other than a building from 1958, you had two, if I remember correctly, it was two pipes out of the ground. And trucks would pull in there, put up their hose, do their dump, and pull away. No inspection, no charge, nothing. And how long did that go on? I have no idea, because it just operated that way for years. So then there came a situation where perhaps not so safe, and we pushed them out a little bit onto Pinky Road or Condi Road or whatever it's called. Anyway, just over there somewhere. We invested some money so that we would separate that from a neighborhood and handle that, always with the idea that this would come first. So for years, call it decades, all of the people, 80% of them outside the city of Regina, basically never paid to have this treated or looked after. And now we're actually saying, hold it. We're going to build this facility and we're going to charge you. And we're phasing it in. How generous can we be? This is nice. This is good. But this is it. Got to do it.
I'm very glad to see such passion with septage. It's good to hear. Right on. Other speakers to the report. Councilor Bryce, you want to close debate?
I just want to make sure that we added number 6 there to the original motion. Just
It's
so
in there, for sure. It is. Yep. Okay, call a question on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And
Thank you.
Councilor Bryce, once again.
CR 16-32, which is Sewer Service Bylaw number 5601, and a repeal of it.
Seconder, please. Councilor Murray.
So I will move the recommendations within the report, which is repealing 5601.
Okay. Discussion. Perhaps we can have a word as to what exactly the bylaws that we are repealing. Just the background on that one. Councilor Bryce?
Thought you were sick of hearing from me, but okay. That City Council repeal the existing bylaw, Sewer Service Bylaw 5601, and replace it with a new Sewer Service Bylaw. That City Council approve and authorize the new Sewer Service Bylaw that contains the following: A, new formatting that improves readability of the bylaw. B, changes as identified in Appendix A of this report, which include updated requirements for businesses related to discharge of fats, oils, or greases, also known as FOG, grit and dental dental stuff. Updated allowable limits for chemical parameters, discharged into the wastewater collection system, and updated provisions relating to surcharges levied against persons for treatment of high-strength wastewater, and existing provisions in the sewer bylaw as identified in Appendix B of this report, and that the city solicitor prepare the report.
Discussion on the report. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. I just would like to have a verbal update a little bit on the how it's going to be handled, or the difference in terms of the discharge of fats, oils, greases, and so on. What's the change there, please?
Through your worship, there's actually an open house held just recently that Ms. Wilson can speak about, that talk on that topic.
Thank you.
Ms. Wilson?
Through your worship, the changes in the bylaw are intended to ensure that we are able to meet the new regulations that we have at the plant. So we are, again, going to be strengthening the language around ensuring that we keep fats, oils, and greases out of our pipes as much as possible. That is so that we don't have blockages in them. We, as Ms. Gazo mentioned, we did have an open house for restaurants last week. We had about 50 attendees, which is excellent attendance. And these restaurants are interested in meeting the bylaws. They want to know how. So they need help. They do need some coaching and some time, but that is something we will continue to do and to provide. We are certainly willing to continue to do open houses, and we're hoping to work with our haulers to provide open houses to their clients.
Can I just ask also, as a follow-up to that, about enforcement, as it relates specifically to this?
Ms. Wilson?
Through your worship, we do have provisions for enforcement. We will favor education first, and as long as customers are willing to work with us and are making efforts to meet the requirements, we will continue to work with them. However, we do have provisions for enforcement. Some of that is simply about applying charges. So by applying charges that are appropriate, we will be able to encourage the behavior that we need to see.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other speakers to the report. Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thanks. A very detailed report. I respect it. I plan to support it in general here. It's only Appendix D, proposed restricted substances. Where do those numbers come from, those tolerance levels? It's hard to place what those mean exactly. Thanks.
Ms. Gizmo.
Through your worship, I'd ask Mr. Kuntz to speak to those numbers.
Okay. Mr. Kuntz.
Through you, your worship. Those numbers were generated in conjunction with our consultant on the wastewater treatment plant, on the new wastewater treatment plant, to ensure that we wouldn't damage the plant and that the plant would be able to treat it. In addition, we looked at other communities across the country and compared to where they were for their allowable rates. And in addition to that, we looked at public safety and worker safety while working on the sewer systems.
Okay, and is it fair to assume that there isn't a provincial permit for water going into the sewer treatment, but there is for it coming out? So these relate to those tolerances on the other end of the treatment plant too?
Through you, your worship. There is a permit for the collection system itself. It does not speak to the quality of the material beyond we cannot supply something to the wastewater treatment plant that the wastewater treatment plant cannot treat itself.
Okay.
It's generally worded that way.
Okay, well, this is good. An ounce of prevention, as they say. Yeah, I think definitely making sure the quality of the water going into our treatment plant is the best way to make sure the water coming out of it is in good shape too. So plan to support this. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Fundura.
Just one question, your worship, I promise. So the grease haulers, where can they take that now, or where will they be able to allowed to take it?
Ms. Wilson.
Through you, your worship, there are options for the restaurants themselves to deal with their grease. There are already some restaurants that deal with it themselves by cleaning out their grease traps and packaging it and putting it in the landfill. If it is dry enough, it can go to the landfill. There are other options that the haulers can work with them on. We do anticipate that there will be some level of grease that is coming through, and we will apply surcharge where the level that is acceptable is exceeded. Again, this is not something that that we can't take at the hauled wastewater facility. It is simply something that has some impacts when we receive it, so it's got a cost.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Councilor Frontera. Other speakers to the report? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So we'll move back down to motions, and we have MN 16-3. Councilor Fraser.
Okay, thank you, through Mr. Mayor. I rise to bring forward motion MN 16-3, pedestrian traffic safety. So whereas the Community and Protective Services Committee approved changes to the transit route servicing the Rochdale area shopping center, which includes Walmart, and whereas the transit stop will no longer be in the shopping center parking lot, but will be moved to the public road right-of-way outside the shopping center parking lot effective May 1st, 2016. Whereas pedestrian safety is an important factor in ensuring access to transit, therefore be it resolved that the administration determine appropriate enhancements for pedestrian safety to support the new routes, which will be effective May 1st, 2016, including but not limited to appropriate modifications to transit stop locations and the implementation of the required changes to be made prior to the implementation of the new bus routes. Be it further resolved that administration report back to the Community Protective Services Committee on the pedestrian safety measures that will be put in place prior to May 1st, 2016. Thank you.
Seconder, Councilor Flagel. Okay.
I can
Speak to it.
Okay, a couple points. First off, I'd like to mention that this is in Councillor Flagel's ward, and unfortunately he wasn't able to be with us at the meeting last week that this came out of, but I know this is something he's been working on behind the scenes for a long time, so I appreciate his involvement in this. Also, yeah, so just to clarify what's going on here, we have, I think it's 3 bus routes that used to go through the Walmart parking lot, or currently go through the Walmart parking lot. That's excellent because a lot of people take the bus to Walmart. The challenge is that at peak seasons, like around Christmas time, the bus sometimes has been held up apparently for up to half an hour trying to get out of the parking lot because it's hard to leave when there's lots of traffic, which of course when you're trying to schedule a bus makes it very difficult. So Transit came up with a solution to move the bus stop to just outside the parking lot. The challenge is for people to reach one of the bus stops, I think it's a westbound lane, they have to cross an uncontrolled street, and that's just, quite frankly, not acceptable. We have to make sure that when we plan transit and all facets of transportation that takes into account pedestrian safety. So this motion is to make sure that we have at least something interim in place before that transition happens, and then eventually something more substantial for the long term. I might just mention one piece that was brought to my attention. The last, be it further resolved, I think this can stand as a friendly amendment. A report back to Community and Protective Services Committee by May 1st. I realize that might not be possible, so I'm willing to have that date pushed back. I mean, the actual changes need to be in place by May 1st, but the report might take a little longer to get back to the Community and Protective Services.
The administration, what they think about that. Ms. Gizmo, do you have a comment on that?
Yes, through your worship, Councillor Fraser is correct. It would probably be challenging for us to get a report back, but what we could undertake was to get a memo to Community and Protective Services for the May meeting to provide an update on how we were able to work with Transit to provide some solutions.
Sure. So I'll consider that a friendly amendment.
Friendly amendment, yeah. Sure.
Okay. Okay. Thanks.
Councillor Flagel.
Thanks, and thank you for bringing that forward because it's something that's, yeah, you're right, it's become a bottleneck in there. My question is, we talked about the road safety of, I guess it would be the first west side exit out of Walmart. Are we putting lights on there? And then are we also doing the east side of Walmart exit? I know Mr. Brown had mentioned that there'll be some kind of lights going up there at some point, but where does that fit if this motion goes through in May 1st or the summer, or where are we at? So could you update me on that? And I know there's a bunch of other lighting at network things going on in the area too, but let's deal with this one first.
Ms. Gizmo.
Through your worship, I understand in our 2016 program we have plans for lighted signal installation at the Rochdale and Vanstone intersection. That still requires a bit of work to get the plans in place for that signalization to happen. I don't believe, or I'm not familiar with plans for the other intersection that for the Walmart parking lot at this time.
Okay. The thing about this is that if they have to cross the street to get to the bus stop, we may have to look at lighting or traffic lights at both of those intersections because people are not going to walk. Again, here's this walking thing. are not going to walk to the far east when they're coming out of Sobeys and they need to go across the street. They'll just kind of do it there. Maybe even flashing lights or something. Maybe that's something to look at too for that intersection.
Ms. Giersmo?
Through your worship, anything electronic we would not be able to have installed by May 1st.
No, I get that.
Yeah, we would be looking at likely doing something like a controlled intersection stop signs. We'd also be working with transit on the exact location of the bus stops so that we direct the pedestrians to use an intersection that would be the safest for them.
Okay. Okay. No, I'm good with that. As long as we can get something back to CPS in May, that's a good start. Thanks.
Other questions or comments? Councilor O'Donnell.
Thanks. I took one for the team today. I went and ate at Edo, which is right in this little area. And so I finished my meal. It was good. At about 1:05, and I went outside and counted cars, and they were lined up 12 deep, no problem, but no one moved. And this is on that, I'm not sure what the street's called or if it has a name, but it's behind Edo and behind the bank. If I go into the bank, happen to bank at the TD, I'm accosted by the manager, by the lady that does my banking, and usually if I see someone as well. So Jerry and I have talked about this. This is really a tough situation, and this is not Christmas today. This was whatever the date is, and they were still lined up. To put it in context, at Christmas time, the cars are lined up from, and I know you don't all know this, but from Sobeys, across an intersection, across all the way of Walmart, which is a large building, around the corner, all the way up to Mark's Warehouse, so that they can avoid the other intersection. Two things. We got to get Argyle Street open, and it's time to at least get this intersection controlled. This is really bad. Thanks.
Are the speakers to the report? I have a process question. Is this a delegated authority to a committee? It doesn't have to come back to council for approval. I believe it's delegated authority, is it not? The motion doesn't call for it to come back to council. It's to a committee, so I believe it's delegated authority.
I believe
Ms.
so,
Gizmo?
yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I'll call a question on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Move on to next report. This is Bylaws and Related Reports, Community Protective Services, Community Standards Bylaw. Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. On behalf of the Community and Protective Services Committee, I move the recommendation, one, that the Regina Property Maintenance Bylaw 2008-48 be repealed, and two, that the City Solicitor be instructed to bring forward a new Community Standards Bylaw consistent with the draft bylaw attached as Appendix A to this report.
Seconder for that, please. Councillor O'Donnell?
Thank you. In other words, what we're doing is we're replacing the bylaw with a new bylaw. I'm going to very briefly set out a couple of points, and then, with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'd like to call on the fire chief to explain in a little more detail. The points I wish to make are that we're trying to streamline the bylaw improvement, the bylaw enforcement process. This is something that the Regina Appeal Board sees frequently. We have repeat offenders. We get locked into a situation in which warnings are given and behavior changes a bit, and we keep on having to go through the cycle. So the streamlining the bylaw enforcement process involves a couple of things. First, by providing measurable standards for investigating nuisance complaints, and that's informed by judicial decisions that have been made around the old bylaw. Two, providing additional mechanisms for dealing with repeat offenders. Three, removing sections of the bylaw that duplicate the mandate of provincial agencies and other code enforcement branches of the city. There's also the new bylaw will introduce provisions requiring vacant and placarded buildings to be secured from unauthorized entry. All of this to take place on May 1, 2016. I'd just like to mention one other point because it's a central point, I believe. Currently, infractions under the old bylaw are enforced under an order to comply process. Offenders receive an order to comply. They don't rectify the situation. They change their conduct a little bit, and you go through the cycle. a second method. The order to comply process will stay in place, but a second method will be introduced to enforce the new bylaw provisions. It involves the issuing of a notice of violation ticket regime. That looks a lot like the ticket regime that we use when we give out tickets in other areas. Notice of violation tickets expedite enforcement in situations where an offense is clear and simple to rectify. The ticket commences an enforcement action but allows the offender to make a voluntary payment to avoid having to make a court appearance. So with that, Your Worship, through you, I'd like to ask the Fire Chief to give any further explanation.
Chief Pauls.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't have an awful lot more to add. That was a pretty substantial coverage of a very complex bylaw. Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. I think the one piece that is important is this is a reflection of a very significant public consultation, although not a public consultation in the formal sense. We have talked to literally hundreds of residents, numerous of our community associations, and this represents the first real rewrite of this bylaw from the ground up in more than 2 decades. So it really brings us into tune with the 21st century and many of the challenges that our neighborhoods and our residents are facing, and then my staff in terms of their ability to enforce it.
Excellent. Thank you for that.
I'd just like to add in conclusion that express my appreciation to the Fire Chief and his staff for really a very large piece of work that I think will substantially improve property maintenance and improve enforcement of the provisions in the bylaw. Thank you.
Well said. Other speakers to the report? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Executive Committee, the 2016 municipal elections. Councilor Burnett.
Thank you, Your Worship. I rise to move item CR 16-34. It's the 2016 municipal election piece. It's changes to the election bylaws and updating of election expense limits.
Okay, seconder for that, please. Councilor Hawkins.
The recommendations were that the city solicitor be instructed to prepare amendments to the following bylaws as outlined in this report. Bylaw 2012-42 being the mail-in ballot, 2012 bylaw number 2007-34 being the Regina Municipal Elections Expense Bylaw, and bylaw number 10197 being the Automated Vote Counting Bylaw. And 2, that the clerk advise candidates of the new election expense limit for the 2016 municipal elections. That basically these amendments, I think, are to reflect housekeeping changes and the enactment of the new Local Government Elections Act 2015 and the Local Government Elections Regulations 2015. Basically housekeeping amendments.
Thank you, Councilor Burnett. Other speakers to the report? Councilor O'Donnell.
Thanks. I said this the last time I saw this report and years ago, and I'll just say it again. On the limits for councillors, I'm just speaking to that. On the limits for councillors, I find the limits to be very high. My view would be that we encourage people to run, and one of the ways we do that is to keep it at a fair and equitable level for what people can afford. So on that basis alone, and only on that one point, and on the way I feel, I'll vote against this.
Just for the record, these are one number, set numbers. If you look at Saskatoon, they're substantially higher than what ours are, too. I'll call the question on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. We move into Public Works and Infrastructure Committee.
Thank you. CR 16-35, which are amendments to the Clean Property Bylaw number 9881.
Seconder for that, please. Councilor Burnett.
Okay, recommendations are that Schedules I and K of the Clean Property Act, or Clean Property Bylaw number 9881 be amended as proposed in Appendices A and B, and that the solicitor prepare the necessary documents.
Any discussion on the report? Councilor Fraser.
Hey, thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, for the most part, this looks all right. The one issue that comes to mind, as I understand it, the changes will mean that the food vending carts on the plaza will be first come, first serve. Is that right? The spots available?
Through your worship, Ms. Misdell will be able to provide an answer.
Through you, Your Worship. Yes, that's correct.
So on a daily basis, whoever, if you show up at 5 in the morning, you get there first, you get a spot?
Ms. Bisdell?
Through you, Your Worship, yes, you're correct.
Okay, I'm just not sure how that's going to work. It might work out fine. My thought is if we have 7 spots and there's 10 food vendors in town, that's where we'll get to, is that people will have to show up at 5 in the morning. And to me, that just seems, I'm not sure. It's fair somehow, but I'm not sure if it's the best. I don't know what we might do about that, if we might have a rotating schedule, something like that. But it just seems concerning to me that if there actually is more demand than there is spots, we'll get into a situation where, again, people will literally have to show up at 5 in the morning. Just a comment from administration on that. Thanks.
Ms. Bisdell?
Through you, Your Worship, I'll refer this to Mr. Sale, please.
Okay.
Mr. Sale?
Through you, Mr. Worship. The way that the program worked for the original 2 pilot project years and then the past 2 years is exactly the way Councillor Fraser suggests, which was we attempted to manage the mobile food vendors and organize schedules and various things. And in 2015, the vendors got together and came to me and asked to self-manage the program. What they found was that allowed a greater level of flexibility and a better ability for them as a group to manage their availability. And so, in rewriting the bylaw, we've basically asked for their opinion, and they've given it, and this is the way that they would like to see the program run. And ultimately, then it reduces administrative effort on our end.
Okay, well, that's good to hear. It might just work swimmingly. I might ask to make an amendment that we have maybe an update come back in the fall or so to see how this is going, that if it isn't working out, that City would look to change that again. If that was appropriate, I'd like to put that amendment
Motion on the floor for an amendment to report back. A seconder for that? Sure. Councillor O'Donnell? Okay, you understand the intent of the amendment? I'll call the question. All those in favor?
I have a question first.
Oh.
Sorry, you didn't hear me. Do you want that coming back to City Council or Public Works?
I think Public Works would probably be appropriate.
Councillor Burnett?
Just one thought on that point. I know the downtown bid is actively taking a more active role on coordinating the activities and events on the downtown plaza. Maybe part of that report could see if there's, touch base and consult with the bid. They may wish to take over some of that responsibility, taking it off our plate. But just a thought. I haven't discussed it with them at all, but it may fit their mandate.
Consider that a friendly amendment.
Part of the amendment, Ms. Brazil, you understand the question from Councillor Burnett? Okay.
Yes, I do.
Call the question on the amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Other comments on the report as amended?
Thank you, Worship. Just a quick question about the self-policing. Can you give me a little bit more on how that's going to look? What happens if a new player comes into town that's not known to the 7 or 10 of vendors? Is there room for trouble in that section through what you've learned from the existing vendors, through your worship?
Ms. Bisdell?
Through you, the chair, I will refer that to Mr. Sale.
Mr. Sale?
Through you, Mr. Chair. I think that there's some potential that if you get a vendor or two who's new, who doesn't want to work with the group, there could be challenges. That was our concern all along, and that's why we had the program organized in a more sort of administrative heavy process the past 3 years. But the need for that scheduling wasn't borne out, and when the vendors came to us and asked for a different mechanism, we gave it to them. So we will be monitoring. We've been back to council with adaptations to this program almost every year for the past 3 or 4 years. So we will continue to monitor and manage, and it looks like we will be reporting back in the fall.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you for that, Councillor Ventura. Other questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Remaining bylaws. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that bylaws 2016-2, 2016-20, and 2016-21 be introduced and read a first time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor O'Donnell, that bylaws number 2016-2, 2016-20, and 2016-21 be read a second time.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move, I move, seconded by Councillor Murray, that Council hereby consents to bylaws 2016-2, 2016-20, and 2016-21 going to a third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move, seconded by Councillor Fraser, that bylaws 2016-2, 2016-20, and 2016-21 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move adjournment.
Move adjournment. Seconder, please. Councillor Fundura. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much, everybody, and have a great evening. What's left of it.